All right. I'm aware that we've got some people still coming in from the waiting room, but it is 10:05, so I think we'll get started. Before we begin anything today, I would just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we are all zooming in from today. I'm on the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I'm sure lots of you are coming in from different lands across Victoria, so feel free to put the name of them in the chat if you would like. But yeah, we'd just like to acknowledge that sovereignty has never been ceded, and that's the land that we're all zooming in from today. It's really, really wonderful to see so many of you. Unfortunately, we're in a webinar, so I can't see your faces, but I can see all of your names. It's good to see a few familiar names and of course, a lot of new names as well. I'm super, super excited to get into this English presentation today. All right, so we'll get into introductions of the tutors and sort of an overview of what's happening today very soon. But first of all, I'm just going to explain how this will work. Obviously, first rule of Zoom is be respectful, but I'm sure you will all be across that. So you'll notice that we've got the Zoom chat available, but you're only able to chat with hosts and panelists at the moment. So that's everyone you can sort of see here at the moment with their camera on. So essentially what we're going to be doing is only using the Zoom chat for immediate questions. So like, how do I access the slides? Or, you know, Susan, you're frozen, I can't hear you, or that kind of immediate stuff that we'll need to see straight away. If you have any questions about English or the content we're presenting, we're going to be using this website called Mentometer. Basically, this is going to have like an ongoing Q&A where you can submit your questions anytime during the presentation. You can like each other's questions. So if someone has the same question as you, instead of typing, you know, a duplicate, you can like their question and those will rise to the top. Periodically, myself and the other tutors will hop over to Mentometer. We will look at all your questions and we'll answer them together. So basically, if you could all open up another window on your computer or grab out another device now and go to www.menti.com and you can pop in this code that's on the screen. This code will also be at the bottom of every slide, as you can probably see here. So you don't have to worry about forgetting it or writing it down or anything like that. We've also popped it in the chat. Thank you so much, Bobo. So this is just to reiterate how we're going to be sort of asking content related questions. Of course, we are here in the Zoom chat. If you have any issues or would like any help at all, we will be there to support you. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of an introduction. My name is Susan. I will be co-presenting this English presentation alongside Holly. I'm 20 years old. I graduated year 12 in 2018 from Warrnambool College in the regional town of Warrnambool in southwest Victoria. And I'm now living in Melbourne studying history at the University of Melbourne. I also work with Skyline Hatch as the lead English tutor. And in my spare time, I love to sing and play guitar, read books, all that kind of great stuff. All right, Holly, would you like to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Susan. It's so nice to, well, virtually see you all today. Thank you so much for coming. I'm 18 years old and I graduated from Melbourne Girls College in Richmond last year. So I'm sort of fresh out of VCE, as they say. I'm a first year majoring in computer science at the University of Melbourne. And despite the stark contrast between, well, computer science and English, I love both. And I'm really passionate about helping students achieve their best in English. I'm also sadly not as musically gifted as Susan, but I'm also a fan of really just learning languages, drawing and watching movies in general.
Awesome. Thank you, Holly. So aside from this presentation being run by Skyline Hatch, we are very, very lucky to have the support of UBS. It's really thanks to them that this whole revision series over this week is possible. And in addition to their general support, we also have UBS volunteers in these sessions who are just helping us to run the sessions, monitor the Zoom, answer your questions, especially if you have any questions about going into a career after school and that kind of stuff. So at the moment, we have Bobo here, who is an amazing volunteer. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Bobo and I'm the UBS volunteer for this session. So at UBS, I work as a securities lending cadet, meaning I borrow and lend securities between UBS and other banks. I'm currently 19 and in my first year of university studying commerce and information systems at UNSW.
Awesome. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. All right, well, without further ado, we will get into it. Just a few more little admin things to go through. Some of you might be wondering what Skyline Hatch, who is running this session. So Skyline Hatch is essentially a company that provides weekly VCE tutoring classes. Holly and I run the weekly English classes for year 11 and year 12 and have an absolute blast. And we also run similar programs such as this. So VCE masterclasses. This year we've done like SAC masterclasses, gap prep, all that kind of stuff that you need to help you with your VCE. Why is Skyline Hatch such a great tutoring company? Well, as you can see, we are led by recent graduates who sort of understand what the VCE process is like. And we're also quite accomplished in our relative subjects. We also do like a unique combination of group classes and also one-on-one tutoring where you can book in private sessions. And we are a social enterprise. So all of the profits that come from Skyline Hatch are invested back into the Skyline Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization who assists students from disadvantaged communities who might be high achieving. And a lot of the tutors that you might be meeting across this week are alumni from the Skyline Foundation. And it's really, really exciting to be working alongside them. Okay. So this session is obviously a really big day. It's a full set of English revision, but we're going to give you lots of breaks. So hopefully you don't get too Zoom fatigued. So the first two blocks of content, so sort of between now and 11:35, we are going to be looking at argument analysis. We're going to be looking at how to analyze your articles in the exam and then also how to write the essay. Then we will be moving on to text analysis. Holly will be taking you through that. We're going to have a lunch break for half an hour at 1 o'clock. So you can go and refresh and have some snacks and all that great stuff. And then after the lunch break, we will be looking at comparative text analysis. We will then be talking a little bit about exam strategy. And hopefully you'll be getting the chance to ask some questions of a previous VCAA assessor as well. So more information on that to come. Okay. So before we get started, we just want to get a sense of how you're all feeling. So this is where mentometer comes into play. So if you haven't already, go to menti.com and pop in the code that's at the bottom of the slides right now. I'd love you all to rate on a scale of 1 to 10. How confident are you feeling about the English exam? And there are no wrong answers here. I'm going to swap my screen share over and we should be able to see your responses coming through here. At the moment, looks like we've got an average of 4.7, which is solid, just a nice medium. How are we going? We've got a few people who are feeling a bit nervous, a few zeros, a few ones. Most of you are sitting around a 5 or 6, which is really, really great to see. Awesome. We'll give you a few more minutes to respond, and then we'll move into the content. Awesome. 4.7. All right. I reckon that's our average. That is very solid indeed. What we're hoping will happen is by the end of this session, that average will have risen a little bit. So we'll see how we go. Okay. So first of all, I'm just going to go through like a pretty basic introduction to what's going on here, just so we're all on the same page. So as you are probably all aware, you've had a number of SACs this year. You would have done your creative SAC, your text response SAC, your argument analysis SAC, maybe 2 of those, depending on what school you go to. You've done your comparative text response, you've done your persuasive speech, and you also did your statement of intention for your persuasive speech. Not all of those SACs are going to be applicable to the exam. Basically, how it works is that your exam is made up of 3 sections. You've got to do 3 essays in 3 hours. Section A is analytical text response. So your text response, your single text. Section B is comparative text response. That's where you're comparing your 2 texts. And section C is argument analysis. So you can see up here, you did that first text for creative text response, but you can just throw that out the window now. Forget about that text, just focus in on your text response and your comparative for your exam, and also, of course, argument analysis. So what we'll be doing today is we will be taking you through each of these sections and how to sort of tackle them and, you know, do really well. You might notice as well, I've sort of included the marks like breakdown in this table here. So you can see that the exam is worth vastly more than the rest of your SACs. But it's also important to note that your exam marks also scale your SAC marks, because this is sort of marked on a bell curve and it's a competition essentially with your other students. So even though like your Unit 4 SACs might be worth 25% of your mark, if you do way better in your exam, that will actually bring your SAC marks up. If you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. I'm certainly not a mathematician, but can probably help answer the basic questions on scaling and things like that. Awesome. Okay, let's get into analysing argument. Remember, at any time during this presentation, if you have any questions about the content that I'm presenting, pop them into the mentometer and we'll like jump over there periodically and answer all your questions. Also, if you can, please have a look at the questions that your fellow students are posting in there. And instead of writing a question that maybe someone else has already posted, try and like each other's questions if you feel like they're relevant. Okay, what does the VCEA study design say about argument analysis? This is a very sort of condensed version, but essentially what they want you to demonstrate is that you can identify and analyze the intent and logical development of an argument, the language used by creators of the texts to position or persuade. So that's essentially like your persuasive techniques and how the author is trying to persuade their audience. Impact of texts on audiences, that's your intended effect of the persuasive techniques. In other words, what does it make them feel, think, feel, do? And all of this kind of stuff down here, conventions of discussion and debate, textual evidence, that really is about your essay writing skills. So essentially the things that you've probably learnt across the year, like what, how, why, think, feel, do, it's all encapsulated in the VCEA study design. That's why argument analysis is taught this way, because it's exactly the skills that they want you to demonstrate. And if you can demonstrate these skills, you will do better in the exam. Okay. So aside from the study design, you may or may not be aware that the VCEA also has exam criteria for each Year 12 exam. They're really, really basic, but it's still interesting to see what they're exactly kind of judging you against. These are available on the VCEA website. If you literally just give it a Google, it will come up, but we're happy to point you towards the website if you're having any issues. So section C, which is argument analysis, is just judged against these 3 criteria. It's judged against them holistically, so it's not like they're worth 33% each or anything like that. Understanding of the arguments presented and points of view expressed, analysis of ways in which language and visual features are used, and control and effectiveness of language use. To put this in plain English, they're asking for 3 very simple things. Dot point number 1 is, have you understood the arguments and contention correctly? So basically when you're writing your essay, they just want to see, you know, do you actually understand what the arguments are in this article? Do you understand what the author is trying to argue? The second dot point I've put in blue because I actually think it's the most important, and it's probably where most of your marks are going to come from. How strong is your analysis of persuasive techniques, effect on the audience, tone, and visual features? This is essentially where all your analysis and sophisticated thinking gets to sort of show off, I guess. And then the last dot point is essentially just about your writing skills. Is your essay writing clear? Is your spelling roughly accurate? All of that kind of stuff. If you have any sort of issues or questions about any of these 3, feel free to pop them in the mentometer, but we'll be going really in depth into how to achieve all of these things. You're probably aware of this, but just a really quick breakdown as well. The exam argument analysis in the exam works a little bit differently to what you might have seen in your SACs. If you go back and look at past exams, they all follow a very similar format. Usually you get 2 to 3 texts. One will kind of be longer. It might be like an opinion piece or a blog post or something like that. There'll usually be a shorter one that's written in response. So it could be like a comment or a little letter to the editor or something like that. And then there will also be an image in there. The image could be part of one of those articles, or it could be separate as well. So basically you'll need to write on all of these. The one difference though that I really, really want to stress is that you don't need to compare. This is a bit confusing because in your SACs, you did have to compare. So if you go read the study design, VCAA say that you must do comparative argument analysis in your SACs, but in the exam, not needed. So if comparison's not your thing, literally just forget it right now. You don't need to do it ever again for argument analysis. To prove my point, I've got some quotes in here from the 2019 VCAA examination report, which is the report that examiners write after every exam, sort of commenting on what students did right, what students did wrong, all of that kind of good stuff. They said, no comparison of these 2 texts was required. Rather, students were expected to approach each piece in a holistic manner. They also stipulate in this sort of second dot point here the dangers of writing comparatively if you're not comfortable doing so or if you don't need to. They said some responses were hampered by efforts to integrate the analysis of the 2 pieces. Students became so focused on trying to address the 2 articles side by side that they lost control of the analysis and the response fell into he said, she said description. So basically, to summarize, you can compare if you want to, and you feel like you analyze better that way, like totally valid, but don't force yourself to, don't feel like you have to. I didn't in my exam. I found it easier to just treat the 2 articles separately. If you have any questions on that specifically, feel free to submit them, but we will be going into like essay structure in a bit more detail, probably in like half an hour or so. And you'll be able to see there how to structure your essay around the different articles and things like that. Okay, awesome. Right, so what I'm going to go through now, sort of in this first half of our analysing argument presentation, is take you through exactly what you need to look for in an article and how to analyse it super effectively. So I'm sure you've all seen a list like this before. This is essentially a list of all the things you need to find and identify. I've roughly included them in the order that I like to do them to, but that's just a guide. Obviously, you're free to analyse articles however you would like to. So I'm just going to go through each of these fairly briefly. First of all, context. Now, I'm going to spend a bit longer on context than you might imagine because I actually think it's super important and a lot of students tend to overlook it. Context is obviously just the background information. So like what form or text type is this article? You know, where was it published? When was it published? Who's the author? What's their role? All of that kind of stuff. But it's really, really important to actually think about how this contextual information affects language and arguments, rather than just dismissing it as like background information that doesn't need to inform your analysis. For example, like an online blog will obviously have more informal language, but you might want to think about why have they chosen an online blog to specifically target their audience? Why are they trying to use informal language? I'll give you an example here. So some of you might have looked at the 2019 exam. If not, excuse me, essentially the article was sort of like what they called an advertorial, which you can see here was a paid advertisement that looks like an article. And it was basically talking about how the shop was choosing to go cashless. Students knew this, as you probably know, because in every Year 12 exam for Section C, you'll get like a box that looks like this, that gives you all the background information. So you don't need to go hunting in like the title or the margins for like the date of publication and the name of the publication. You'll be given it all on a page in the exam that looks like this. All right, so in the 2019, as I said, the text type was advertorial. Also, a sort of key thing that students needed to note is that it was written by the manager of the store. And then there was also another sort of response, a shorter article, which was a letter published in the newspaper's community voice section. So students who did better in the 2019 Year 12 English exam were students that actually analysed these aspects and mentioned how the form of an advertorial or the community voice section in a newspaper or the fact that a manager wrote this advertorial spoke about how they actually impacted arguments and language. This is exactly what was said in the 2019 VCEE examination report. High-scoring responses had a capacity to comment on language use in context. They wrote with an understanding of the purpose of an advertorial and the role of the community voice section in a local newspaper. Now, I'll let you go back and read this example in more detail in your own time. Of course, this example is also free to read in the VCEE examination report. Just give it a Google, it will come straight up. The great thing about examination reports is that they also include excerpts of high scoring responses from the exam. So you can actually see like what the standard is to be getting like those 8, 9s, 10s in your essays. And you can see in this excerpt that they included, the student like directly comments on the form or like the text type. And she talks about like the effects of it. Esther speaks from experience as she reassures readers that most of our customers don't pay cash for their goods now, drawing readers' attention away from the nature of the article as a paid advertisement. Okay, so that's a really, really great example of how you might actually want to engage with context. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of a super quick activity now. Another really important thing to think about with context is the author's role. Again, it's not just something to dismiss or mention in your introduction and never engage with again, because the author's role can really impact their language and the arguments. So when I say author's role, I mean like, what is their job? What is their relation to the subject that they're writing on? Are they an expert on the subject? Are they really interested in the subject? Are they related to it in some way that, you know, they might have a very strong biased position on the subject? It's really, really important to think about that because, again, it can impact your analysis of what they're writing. So I'm going to do a little activity now. What's going to happen is I'm going to quickly open up the chat now to everyone. So just for this activity, you will be able to send chats to the entire group, not just to myself and Holly. And I'm going to ask you to compare the pair. All right. Author number 1 is Mary. She's a local vet and animal rights activist. She's written an opinion piece called Pit Bulls Are Not an Inherently Violent Breed, which was published in the local newspaper. So I've got some information about author, form, place of publication, all that good stuff. We've got another author here called Linda. She lives in a regional town and she's a parent of 2 small children. She's written Keep Your Pit Bulls Away from Our Toddlers, a recent online post in a local parenting blog. All right, so I'm going to give you a minute or two. I'd love you all to write in the chat, how do you think these different authors' roles will affect their language use, their arguments? What are the difference between the way these 2 authors will approach their articles? All right. Yes, so in the Zoom chat, not in the Mentometer, we've got one that's come in already. It seems to be only going to hosts and panelists. So if you're typing in the chat, can you just make sure it's addressed to everyone and not to hosts and panelists? That means you'll all be able to see each other's responses and we can learn from each other. I've got a few coming into hosts and panelists, which is great. Someone said Mary is an expert in her field. Absolutely. What effect does that have? Awesome. We've got some great responses coming in. Yeah, one person has said Mary is an expert in the topic, in brackets, facts and opinions, whereas Linda just has an opinion. So she might be using more emotive and descriptive language. Absolutely. A lot of people are identifying that Linda might be more emotive. Awesome. Yes, I really like Philip has mentioned how the mother will appeal to other parents. Exactly. That's first of all because of her role as a mother. And secondly, because you've got to remember this is posted in a parenting blog. So she's going to be using that like inclusive language to be like relating to other parents who are in a similar situation. Holly, can you see any particular answers in the chat that you'd like to point out?
Absolutely. I've got this really wonderful response coming in from Milena. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. But she has said, Mary's occupation as a vet makes her arguments more plausible and trustworthy to her readers and audience. Absolutely. So that's a wonderful example of engagement with the context. That box that Susan has been talking about, for some time now, she's placed a lot of significance on it, will guide your analysis. It will direct your analysis. Students who just ignore it and say, I don't need to read that, I don't care about the background information, are making foolish decisions because, these background information boxes that appear before every single Section C exam, they're like gold mines, right? You get a lot of the helpful information that will help you analyze and get an insight into who the author is, who the target audience is, what the potential relationship between them is, so that you can analyze them to the full extent. Amazing response. I'll hand back to Susan.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Holly. I'd loved the time to read through more of your responses, but due to time constraints, we should probably move on. Feel free to go scroll through the chat and read each other's responses though, because we've got some excellent ones in there. All of you have really identified the main point that we're trying to make, which is that these authors' roles, they have different connections to this issue. So that's going to affect the audiences they're appealing to, the types of arguments they're making, and the types of persuasive techniques that they're using. All right, I'm going to switch the chat back to hosts and panelists now, just for the meantime, but we will open it back up again when we have more activities. Okay. Next is audience, which is sort of an extension of the context. I'm sure you've all been told by your schools to identify the target audience of a persuasive piece that you might be analysing. It's really, really important to remember that you need to identify the exact group that the author is trying to target. So we really don't want to see these broad generic audiences like general public or Australians or women even. Like that's still 50% of the world population. That is a lot of people. So try to instead identify members of a particular community, groups of people who relate to the issue or are most affected by the issue. If we go back to this example, let's go backwards. We go back to this example, we identified that Linda's audience was probably parents. Even that is a lot better than saying the general public or Australians, at least then we actually have a specific group of people that are related to the issue in a certain way. It's also useful to think about stakeholders if you're like struggling to decide who the audience might be. So they could be members of a particular community, or they could be groups of people who are affected by the issue in some way. So you can think about age. Are they like younger people or older people? Think about occupation. Think about level of expertise. Are they trying to appeal to people who are also who are also experts on this subject? Or are they trying to appeal to people who don't actually really know what's going on? There could be something like gender or sexuality, but again, just like women isn't quite enough. That is a really broad group still. So think about like specific groups within that. Is it, mothers, for example, religion, nationality, socioeconomic class, all of that good stuff. Obviously, you want to make sure it's relevant. Don't just come up with an audience that seems specific for the sake of it. There needs to be enough evidence within the text. But I assure you, any article will have a more specific audience than general public. The reason why it's so important to identify the audience is because it allows your analysis to be more sophisticated. Instead of just playing persuasive technique bingo, where you go through your article and just go inclusive language, emotive language, rhetorical question, If you identify a specific audience, you can actually talk about how the author uses specific language and specific techniques to target their specific audience. So if we're going back and we're analysing Linda's article, for example, let's go backwards here. You're going to score higher in your essay if you say, you know, drawing on her role as a parent, Linda uses inclusive language to position herself as part of a wider community of parents, rather than Linda uses inclusive language to include her audience. That's not saying anything specific about the article. All right, so let's have a really quick go. This is a bit tricky because we don't have the whole article here. We basically just have a headline and a little caption, but I'm going to open up the chat again. I've got an opinion piece here. It's quite old now. It's from 2013, but it was published in The Guardian. And I'd love you to have a go at identifying who you think the target audience of this opinion piece might be. So I've opened up the chat again. Type in your ideas. Remember, it's subjective as well. So there isn't one correct answer, but you do need to make sure you have enough evidence to support what you're saying. All right, we've got some coming in already. Make sure you're sending it to everyone and not hosts and panelists. That way you should be able to see each other's responses and build on each other's ideas. Awesome. Got lots of cool responses coming in here. Awesome. Okay, a few kind of themes that are showing up. Some people are saying things like the government. We would have to probably read the rest of the article to see whether this is aimed at the government or not. My initial reactions is that although the government is a big stakeholder, obviously, in the issue of like refugees, asylum seekers, and sort of, you know, legislation regarding those issues, if we look at the language, it does almost seem like they're more appealing to the everyday person rather than it being like a really official report that's trying to convince the government. A lot of people have said voters, which I actually think is probably more correct. There's this inclusive language. Our national character is being redefined. And it's sort of questioning or sort of bringing into question, you know, why voters perhaps aren't holding these political parties accountable. I also like how a lot of you have brought up younger people. And I think I would agree. We can see in this issue, he's perhaps not really appealing to like the really old voting demographic. It does seem to be younger Australian voters. Someone said, is the audience voters too broad though? That's a really good question. I would say perhaps if you just qualify it a little bit, if you said something like young Australian voters, at least that's a little bit more specific. Holly, I see you've unmuted. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Susan. I'd just like to jump in really quick. That's a really fantastic question. Like, is simply voters enough? And I agree with Susan completely that you should qualify a little bit, add sort of an extra layer of description onto that to just really narrow it down and get that, just really hit the target on the head. So you're not just saying, you know, the general public or, you know, voters in general. And I really like this response from Holly, also named Holly, in the chat. She said, those of legal voting age and who have an ongoing interest in humanitarian rights. So not only have you talked about like an attribute being, you know, the legal voting age. Okay, we're talking about young people here, Australian youth. She added an extra layer to it, which is fantastic to see, who have an ongoing interest in humanitarian rights. She's talking about their values now. She's talking about their ideals. She hasn't stretched it way too far and said, all right, who also think this and this about animals. She's kept it simple and hasn't extrapolated beyond what the evidence suggests. She hasn't stretched it far beyond what is there. She's kept it simple and said, all right, I know they are these types of people who have these kinds of preconceived ideas or notions or values or ideals. That's the key here. All right, really fantastic response, Holly. Well done. I'll hand back to Susan.
Awesome. Thank you, Holly and Holly. Awesome work. Okay. I'm going to move on to one more now. We might have to do this a little quickly because, as always, we've got lots to talk about for the rest of the day. Apologies to the few of my tutoring students who I can see in the crowd. You might recognize this one, but I'm sure most of you perhaps haven't seen this one before. This is from a year 12 exam from sometime in the early 2000s. I can't remember, but it's quite tricky, which is why I put it in here. So have a really quick read, and then again, pop in the chat who you think the target audience of this editorial might be. Awesome. We've got some really great responses coming in already. All right, I might give you like 30 more seconds or something. All right, I think we'll get started because a lot of people have actually like hit the nail on the head, which is great. So we have like a few kind of various responses. Some people have said things like, you know, wealthy Australians, people from rich societies. Some people have said middle or like middle to lower class individuals. We had like an economist, white collar employees, those who try to seek happiness in wealth, those who are well off. Absolutely. And I'm really, really glad a lot of you have completely got it. A lot of students I found when I first showed this article, they assume that the target audience is like wealthy people or like really well off people. But I think you're totally right in that this is more targeted towards like maybe the middle classes who kind of are not struggling for money, but they have this kind of capitalist mentality that like they need more and more money to be happy, essentially. We can tell that this author isn't targeting like the rich 1% because of the language he uses about sort of comparing ourselves to others. And where is it? Yeah, sort of just the language about comparing ourselves to others. And then instead of comparing oneself with the rich and famous in that last paragraph, sort of implies that his target audience isn't the rich and famous, but it's those fairly wealthy like Australians who want to be the rich and famous. So I think all of you have like pretty much got it. Really, really well done. We also know it's probably Australians because he does sort of mention Australia. So I think anything sort of like, you know, middle-class Australians or Australians who try to seek happiness in wealth. What else do we have? Affluent Australians who work, middle-class individuals. All of you have done really, really well. I think those are some excellent answers. Okay. Awesome. We're going to move on from audience now, but really, really well done. It's awesome to see all of your responses. Oh, someone's just posted materialistic Australians. Awesome, Mon. I think that's absolutely correct. Okay, I'm turning the chat back to hosts and panelists. Just had a question, is saying middle-class Australians specific enough? I think for this article it is, because it's very like specifically talking about like money. If it was an article that wasn't as relevant to like socioeconomic status or money, middle-class Australians might be a bit broad. But because in this article, we have like very specific evidence that he's targeting people who like want to be like the rich and famous and are like fairly well off, I think it's specific enough. But you definitely wouldn't want to be any broader than that. Okay. One more thing to say before we move away from audience is that it can be really, really useful to think about the author to audience relationship. What I mean by that is sort of how does the author's sort of level of expertise or knowledge on the issue compare with that of their audience? A lot of the time you will read articles where the author is sort of in a position of like authority over their audience in terms of their knowledge or things like that. So for example, a scientist writing on spaceships and their target audience is everyday people. There's kind of like a power, I guess, imbalance there, because the scientist is obviously like, they probably have a degree, maybe they have a PhD or something. They're like super, super knowledgeable about spaceships. Whereas the everyday person who's maybe like hasn't studied science doesn't know as much. So there are two ways that the author might go about that. They might really emphasize that they are an expert. They're going to assert their authority over their audience, be like, I know what I'm talking about. I'm a scientist. You should believe me. Sometimes what the author might do instead is use like a lot of colloquial, relatable language, like inclusive language, all of that kind of stuff, to sort of bring themselves down and make themselves appear relatable. You'll see that a lot in when the authors are in positions of authority, like, you know, a principal of a school talking to students or parents, or like a boss talking to their, you know, employees or something like that. You know, sometimes to get their message across, they feel like they have to make themselves appear like a friend and I'm on your level when they're not really. So keep an eye out for that language. And if you can actually write in your essay about how, you know, the certain language that authors use either sort of, I guess, emphasizes or like negates the author-audience relationship, that would be a really cool thing to write on. It shows that you're actually analyzing a bit more deeply and you're trying to figure out the reasons for which authors are using specific language. Okay, I'm not going to read this example out to you just for the sake of time, but I have an example in here. It's just like a little paragraph of analysis that actually compares the way that two articles approach the author-audience relationship. So these slides are available at the moment on the Inventee page that you booked through. As said in the chat as well, recordings will be available later, so you can go and refer to that then. Okay, in the meantime, we're going to move on to contention and arguments. I'm sure you're all aware what these are. A few students, however, do get a little bit confused between arguments and contention, so I'll just make sure we're all on the same page. Arguments are the individual reasons used by the author to back up their contention. Usually, like depending on the length of an article, there'll be like 3 to 6 distinct arguments, but don't hold me to that. Like technically there could be any number. The contention is the overarching viewpoint, like the purpose, the assertion, the overarching argument of the text. All right. I sort of find it useful to find the individual arguments first and then figure out what I think the contention is that sort of encapsulates all those arguments. Sometimes, however, the contention is like super obvious and you can identify it straight away. One other thing I'd like to bring up too is that it's really useful to sort of block out arguments. So you don't want to be writing about arguments in your essay sort of where you're like, oh, the first argument is this first line, and then it's in the third paragraph of the article, and then it's in the last sentence. The articles will sort of sequence from the next one to the next one chronologically, logically in order. So here's an example that I've used in tutoring previously in the year. Essentially, argument 1 is the first few paragraphs. Then I've decided argument 2 is the next few paragraphs, etc., etc. So basically, you want to block out your article like that. I'm sure you've all done this before, but it's really good just to reiterate that. Basically, why this is really useful is because then that shows how you're going to structure your essay. So this example here, I've identified 4 arguments, and that's exactly how my essay will be structured. Paragraph 1 is going to be on argument 1 in the blue. Paragraph 2, I'm going to be analysing argument 2, and so forth. So the great thing about doing it this way as well is that it shows that you can identify the logical progression of arguments. You'll remember that was one of the things VCAA are looking for. Okay, persuasive techniques. So once you've done your audience, background information, contention, and arguments, you want to look at the specific techniques that authors are using to back up their arguments. I'm sure you all have a list that looks something like this. If not, first of all, just give it a Google. There are lots of resources like this on the internet. I think it's sort of the standard thing that all schools usually give out during argument analysis. It's really good to just have an idea of what the most common persuasive techniques are. Sometimes if you want to do a bit more relaxed study, it can be a fun thing to do as well. Make your own table, find some examples, put it in there. However, I do want to stress as well that when you're analysing persuasive language, you don't have to identify a specific persuasive technique off the list. If you can tell that the author is doing something interesting with their language, but it doesn't necessarily fit into one of these labels, that's totally fine. And sometimes it's actually more sophisticated if you just talk about exactly what they're doing. And then most importantly, talk about the intended effect. So for example, maybe I'm reading an article and I see that, the author is juxtaposing, I don't know, this happy feeling with this sad feeling to make some point about their issue. Juxtaposition or some kind of descriptive language doesn't really fit into any of these. So I can just kind of describe what the author is doing and say, in this article, the author juxtaposes happy language with sad language in order to make their audience feel X, Y, Z. So you can actually kind of describe the persuasive language. But the important thing is that you talk about the intended effect. Otherwise, it just becomes description and not analysis. Another really, really cool thing to do is to talk about persuasive techniques and how they work together. By doing this, it also kind of automatically forces you to analyze instead of just describe. It's also really important because obviously when authors are writing a persuasive piece, they're not sort of inserting persuasive techniques with the idea that they're all going to have their individual effect and sort of not interact. When an author includes inclusive language, that doesn't exist in a vacuum. It interacts with everything else in the article. So if you can talk about the interaction between multiple persuasive techniques, I think that would be really, really cool. I'm going to open up the chat again super quickly so we can have a brainstorm. What do we think the intended effect would be if an author is using inclusive language and an attack at the same time? So inclusive language is those inclusive pronouns like we, our, us. Attack is just attacking language, bringing someone down, depicting them in a negative way. Put your answers in the chat now. It can just be a really basic, few words. What would the effect be? Awesome. We've got some great responses coming in. Holds the audience accountable, mob mentality, trying to make us feel liable, turning people against a group. Absolutely. You guys have hit the nail on the head. That's exactly the point I wanted to make. Obviously, it depends who is being attacked. If it's the audience themselves who are being attacked, yes, it's going to create a sense of guilt. Absolutely. Because it's oh, wow, we are terrible. We have done the wrong thing. If it's attack against a separate group, mob mentality is a great way to describe it. It's creating a sense of us and them. We are good people. This group over here, could be the government. It could be a company. It could be a certain, group of the community. They aren't like us. So that's something you can definitely bring into your essays as well. Awesome. A lot of you have identified that. Really, really good. Making everyone feel like they have a common enemy. That's from Alexis. Absolutely. That's a really good way of putting it. Common enemy can really rile people up and also make them feel united. Okay, I'm going to turn the chat off now. And we're going to move on. I did have another example in there, but I think for the sake of time, we'll skip it. So have a think about in your own time, what might the effect of repetition and an appeal to fear be? However, we're going to move on to intended effect. And this is probably like the most important part of this entire presentation. Do not identify a persuasive technique without mentioning its intended effect. There is literally no point to writing on persuasive techniques if you don't talk about the intended effect. If you're just talking about techniques, you're describing, you're summarizing, and you're unfortunately not going to get many marks for that because it's not really showing like your amazing analysis skills. Your analysis comes in when you can identify the intended effect, which is why the author is using these persuasive techniques. What is the author trying to make their audience think, feel, or do? And then more importantly, how does this directly support the author's argument? All right. I put another example in here from the 2019 exam, and I've sort of put the direct like why or intended effect parts in purple. So there's a really good example here. She's trying to encourage her audience to believe this is an official prediction for the future. That's pretty much a very clear sort of think out of the think, feel, do. Similarly, we've got Esther establishes her store as a leader in the community in order to challenge her customers to accept the responsibility of supporting the store's changes. We will see some more examples of this sort of intended effect analysis very soon. Okay, so sort of to summarize everything I've just been through, I really like to visualize sort of argument analysis in this way, where at the top, we have the contention. That is like the overall argument or purpose of an article. So everything you're writing like ultimately links back to the contention. The contention is then supported by individual arguments. Obviously, there will be more than two, but for the sake of this flowchart, I could only fit two in. Each argument is backed up by multiple persuasive techniques. Those techniques are there specifically to convince you of the argument. And then each persuasive technique will have certain intended effects, which ultimately are sort of the reason for the persuasive technique, which backs up the argument, which backs up the contention. Remember, the whole purpose of this article is to further the author's contention. Okay, we're almost done with our argument analysis part one. Another thing that you need to think about is tone. I'm sure that you're all across this and you've probably all talked about tone in school before. Tone, as we know, is the mood or the feeling or vibe, a bit more informally, of the author's language. So it essentially conveys the author's attitude or feelings toward the issue or what they're writing on. I'm sure you're all probably aware that it's really, really good to identify tone shift in your article. So it's very, very rare that an author is going to have the exact same tone all the way through. Usually they'll shift when they change their argument and their tone will kind of support the argument they're trying to make. So, you know, they might start relaxed and playful and, you know, trying to get on the same side as their audience. And then they bring in a more serious argument and they'll become more like concerned or anxious or worried. And that essentially just backs up their argument. So as you know, mention tone in your essay. It's sort of good to mention it at least once per paragraph because it probably will change about that often. And if you can, talk about how it actually like supports the persuasive techniques or the arguments in some way. There are lots of good resources online for tone words that go beyond like happy, sad, neutral. I put a few words in here that you might want to use, but definitely in any case, I would just encourage you to use some interesting words, go beyond the really basic vocabulary that comes into your mind, first of all, because the more kind of specific you can be, well, the more words you know, the more specific you'll be able to be in actually identifying like the really kind of subtle undertones of an argument. So positive tone words could be a number of these. I've got some neutral tone words in here, a lot better than just saying things like, I don't know, neutral or kind of informative or something like that. I've also got a list of negative tone words in here. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to jump over to Mentometer super quickly. It's a pretty old screenshot, but I've got an old photo in here of like a little kind of spread from the Herald Sun. We're all familiar with the Herald Sun. There's usually lots of like emotive language and very strong arguments. So we've got sort of a little screenshot here of a little spread on Hoon drivers. So basically, I just want you to look at this, like look at the image, look at the words, whatever you want, and pop some words into the Mentometer on what you think the tone is. I'm going to screen share now. All right. So I think I've switched over to that, that question on the Mentometer now. Let me know if you're having any issues with accessing, but I think your answers should start popping up on the screen. Yes, awesome. Okay, just a reminder, we're looking at tone words here. So we don't want to use words to describe what the Hoons are or like how the Hoons are being depicted. We want to talk about what the overall vibe of this piece is. What is the mood of the author's language? So I think a really good one in the middle there is disgusted. Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. We've got annoyed, disapproving, disappointed. Yes, condescending. That's a really great one. I think that perfectly sums up this piece actually. Mortified. That's a great one. Absolutely. All right. Yep. Angry, revolted. Yes. Repulsed, disapproving. Okay. I think we've got some great words there. Well done. Really excellent. A great range of tone words that I think are really accurate. And you can see already how great this is because it goes beyond like bad or negative. We've got some really great descriptive adjectives in there. Awesome. Okay. I'm going to close the Mentometer now and we will move on. If it will let me close it. There we go. Got some questions waiting there, but we will come over to those very soon. So don't worry. Okay. One other like super quick slide, not super important, but style is another thing you can think about. You don't really need to identify it if you don't want to. Sometimes it's relevant. Basically, this refers to like the individual words and phrases and sentences and essentially like the kind of genre that the article fits into. So the most common sort of style you'll come across is either formal or informal, or simple versus like poetic. So if you come across something and you think it's like informal, that's not so much of a tone word, that's more of a style word. You might also sometimes see style called register. Sometimes schools refer to it as that too. So instead of using informal as a tone word, I would consider that to be style and look beyond for another tone. So something could have an informal style and also an outraged tone or an uplifting tone. But keep that in mind, it's not super mandatory or anything like that. Okay. Of course, all of your exam, so section C in the exam will include an image. And there are lots of things to consider when analysing an image. I've got a list of a few things here. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list, but some things we might want to consider are focus. So like what's in the foreground or background. In this example here, we've got obviously the camera in the foreground. That might convey importance, you know, it might convey significance. It really draws audiences' attention to that camera. Things like size, that can be size of the actual image itself and also size of things within the image. Angle, there's a really great one. I don't think I've included it in this presentation, but if you go back and look at the 2020 exam, so last year's exam, the photo that they use is like on an angle. It's really cool. And it's basically to convey this idea of, oh, everything's distorted and it creates this like chaotic vibe. So that's definitely something that students had to comment on there. Things like labeling, symbols, facial expressions as well, if you've got people in there, speech bubbles, general context. So like sometimes if it's like a cartoon or something, you might know who's drawn it. All right. There are sort of a lot of things in there to consider. I've had a comment in the chat actually, which is really interesting. Someone has said, also, if there isn't a significant image, often they will put in a logo you can refer to. My teacher told me this and I didn't realize it might be important to mention. Absolutely. I mean, anything you see there is open for discussion. I think you'll find if you look at the past sort of exams that are in the current study design, so since 2017, they've all included like a very obvious image. But absolutely, like if there's just a little logo or something instead, it's there for you to analyze, go for it. It's actually really funny. I don't know if any of you have looked at the 2017 exam. It's from like a principal. Actually, we're going to look at an excerpt of it today. It's from a principal writing to parents being like, don't use single-use plastic. And I remember like the year 12s, because they were the year above me, there was this massive debate after the exam about whether students were meant to analyze the logo in the corner or not, because there was an image. We're going to analyze it very soon, actually. There was an image, but there was also like a little logo of a tree in the corner. And it was the first year of the new English study design. So like VCE English teachers were like all having big debates after the exam, and all the students were like, I didn't analyze the logo, like, oh no. But it turned out it was fine. Students who analyzed the logo did well. Students who didn't analyze the logo also did well, because it was a pretty minor part. Really good rule of thumb for English is that there's not necessarily one absolutely correct answer. If you're demonstrating that you have the skills that VCAA want to see, you'll do well. It's not going to come down to something like you missed a little logo or you missed one word. Awesome. Okay, so another Mentometer activity. We'll try and make this one really quick as well. I'm aware I'm going a little bit over time and I want to give you guys a break. We have a great image here, which has actually been supplied by Holly. I think it's fantastic for image analysis. So I've put this in the Mentometer. I'm going to swap over now. Let me just scroll through. Okay. So we've got this image. It's like a polar bear kind of balancing on this like little ice thing. And it's got the caption, climate change, barely a scare. I'd love you all to just go into Mentometer now. Tell me what you see in this image. Tell me what you think the effect of like, the color is. What's in focus? What about the heading? How does that interact with the image? Do your best at just submitting a few little things that might be sort of some image analysis. I like how someone's brought up comedy. Absolutely. We've got a pun in the heading there. Climate change is barely a scare. So it's really, really great that you've identified that. Background draws focus to the polar bear. Absolutely. I wouldn't say the background is monochrome because I think it is blue, but absolutely. You can definitely talk about how the polar bear's in the foreground. It's in the center. It's massive. They want us to see it. We've got ironic because the polar bear looks scared. Sure, absolutely. Polar bear center of frame, pun in heading. Exactly. Size of the polar bear versus the ice cube. Yep, the polar bear's barely hanging on. I love this one. This is like really, really like deep. The way the hind legs are melted into the ice can show us how stuck in our ways we are. Absolutely. I think that's excellent. Helpless polar bear. Yeah, I think that's like the main crux of it is the polar bear's like kind of about to fall into the ocean. And the ocean does look quite deep and menacing. Absolutely. Camera is positioned higher and angled lower. Makes the bear look inferior. Interesting. I think it's really, really good that you're identifying camera angles here. I would say it almost feels to me like the polar bear is level with the audience, but it is a matter of interpretation. All right. Holly, I know this is an image you've spent a lot of time analysing. Did you have anything you'd like to point out before we move on?
Not really. I think just having a look at all these responses, I'm absolutely blown away, especially by that first response that pointed out the positioning of the hind legs. I've never thought about that. And I think that's just genius. But some other real pointers that I have personally picked out about this image is really, again, it's up for interpretation, but you could argue that the the block of ice that the bear is sort of clinging on to, as if it's clinging on for life, is shaped like a human head. So there might be that sort of correlation between sort of, establishing guilt and being, accusatory by probably, I don't know, digitally manipulating this block of ice to, be how do I express this? Sort of physically related to or visually related to the concept of a human and the utter detriment of our actions for the planet Earth. A lot of you have pointed out the pun in the title as well, which is fantastic. It shows that you're engaging with not just the image, but you are analysing the image in context of the text. And I've seen a few questions pop up about this so far in like the mentometer, in the Zoom chat, elsewhere. Do we need to just analyze the image on its own? The best way to analyze visuals in section C of the exam is to tie it to text. And Susan might cover this in greater detail later on, but this is very much like the first step towards doing exactly that. Analyzing both the image and the text, because they go hand in hand. They work together to deliver an argument, to persuade. I'm so glad a lot of you have noticed that.
Awesome. Thank you, Holly. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about how to structure your image analysis when we get into essay writing, but Holly's pretty much covered it. That's exactly right. I just want to quickly point out as well, one person said, the polar bear is looking towards audience, speaking to viewers. I think that's an excellent thing to point out as well, because you could link that to a lot of like emotional kind of effects, like maybe guilt or, some kind of effect there. Really, really exciting to see all your responses. I'm sorry, we obviously don't get time to go through all of them. Maybe we'll see if there's a way we can make those available along with the slides afterwards. I'll see how we go, but thank you all for your participation. Okay, we're going to move on now. In summary, these are all the things that you need to look for when you're analysing an article or multiple articles. I've taken you through each one of these, and hopefully you feel a little bit more confident now in really comprehensively analysing an article. With that, we're actually going to get over to answer your questions now. I'll just answer the ones that are relevant to argument analysis so that we can leave the other ones for when we're covering the rest of the exam. And then I'm going to let you go and have a break. But first, we're going to move on to questions. Okay. How should we structure revision for the exam? How can we improve efficiently? I'm going to talk about this a little bit more towards the end of the exam, the end of the session, where we're going to go through exam revision strategies. Although this does seem like a really popular question, it has 41 likes. Holly or Bobo, I don't know if you wanted to just share any like your top exam revision tip for like writing-based subjects.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'll go first because I'm really keen. Sorry, Bobo. I think I'll have to, we'll have to hear your input after me. But really, my top tip for revising for the exam is to just write. Just write until you can't write anymore. Being, English being the subject that it is in VCE, the only way you can constructively improve is to write. Whether it be practice essays, full-on essays with, your not your introduction, because that's not really needed in argument and analysis, but, your proper structure, full-on essays, or maybe practice paragraphs or practice conclusions, introductions. We're talking generally for the exam right now, perhaps not just section C, but just write and get feedback on your work, because then you can identify your areas of weakness, your areas of strength, and how you can work to basically eliminate areas of weakness and places where you struggle most, whether they be punctuation mistakes, grammatical mistakes. Maybe your content or your analysis isn't as in-depth enough, or you struggle to integrate quotes. When you get feedback on your work, you receive that, and then you continue to work and improve on it to produce maybe a newer version, or you implement these changes that have been recommended to you by, I don't know, a tutor or a teacher or someone else that have been given to you. When you implement them, that is literally you taking steps forward towards improvement, towards a better grade, towards getting more marks on the exam. So just write, and also brainstorm. Use visual mind maps to organize your ideas. In a few slides' time, when we perhaps get onto text response, we'll talk all about that, how to organize your notes, not just have them all splayed onto the page without any categorization or anything. Those are my top 2 tips. Bobo, I'd like to hear from you. Do you have any tips or advice to share with the students?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Holly. I think you said most of it, but I guess another thing I could add on is if you do past papers or like write essays, get your friends to read it, or like read other people's as well, because a lot of the times, like a lot of things might be really broad, but it might be good to understand how like your friends or other people approach the question. And then that way you're like, oh, I never considered looking at this question in this way, or deconstructing it like in that way. So maybe like, yeah, just be open to like sharing your work. At the end of the day, you guys are all in it together. So like just share your work and just help each other. Yeah.
Oh, that's so excellent. I couldn't agree more. Thanks, Bobo. Thanks, Holly. One of the things I find, like even in uni, that helps me develop my own ideas most when I'm writing essays is literally reading other people's ideas. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to copy them, but it literally just shows you different ways of like looking at things. So I couldn't agree with that more. I think it's a really helpful thing for exam revision. In terms of like structuring your revision, I am going to talk about that a bit more in detail towards the end of the presentation, where like how I like to move through revision leading up to the exam. So we will cover that sort of a bit more in a bit more of a blocked out way towards the end as well. Okay, awesome. Time management tips for the English exam. I'm going to leave that for now because we are going to talk about that towards the end of the presentation when we look at exam strategy. So stay tuned. If you do worse on the exam than the SACs, does it bring your SAC marks down? Yes, unfortunately, although from my understanding, it does also depend on your ranking within your school. So I think if everyone in your school happened to do worse on the exam, they would look at your SAC marks and be like, well, obviously their school SACs were just really hard and it wouldn't really affect your SAC marks. So is that your understanding, Holly?
Yeah. So if your cohort also, if there's sort of consistent, like low performance in your cohort on the exam, then they will make that conclusion and say, oh, yeah, so obviously their SACs were too hard. It's all about not just, so SACs are really about individual performance and rankings, but in the exam, you really want your entire cohort to do well. It's your school against others, really, or like against the rest of Victoria. My competitive, it's like I'm getting fired up again. It wasn't too long ago, but that's really the case. So that is why I resonated so hard with your statement, Bobo, about sharing ideas with your friends and your peers, your classmates, form study groups, because you want your entire cohort to do well and bring your score up in the exam and your performance, and the numbers will change accordingly. But yes, if you do worse on the exam than in the SACs, it is possible for that to scale down your score.
Awesome. We have another question here. Is getting a 25 study score hard for English? That's totally like a personal question. You might be aware, but I'm sure, just in case to clarify, a 25 means you're below average. So as you probably know, English is like marked on a bell curve, which means that those who get a 30 study score, there's like the most number of them, and it's like sort of the average kind of mark, I guess. So it's sort of, if you get a 25, it means that you're a certain percent lower ranked than the average. I've forgotten the percentages now, but essentially it is, completely based on your own skills and things like that. So it's hard to say whether it's hard or not, but I will say it's below average. So it's not like a 25 out of 50, meaning you have to get 50% or something like that. You can like kind of Google it. I think if you look on the VCAA reports, I think they show you like the amount of people that got certain scores or how like the the bell curve is like broken down and stuff like that. I hope that helps. Sorry, I know it's not a very definitive answer, but I can't really just say whether it's hard or not, because that will depend on each person. I've got average marks for my SACs, but if I get above 60% in my exam, will I get a study score of above 30? Again, that's totally dependent on the year. So study scores are a ranking. So if you get a study score of 30, that means you're like in the, middle kind of, you're like the average, I guess, English student. With COVID as well, I think probably like the mark on the exam that equals a certain study score will probably be different, because it is a ranking and everyone's been affected by COVID and lockdowns and stuff like that. But if you want to compare yourself to previous years, you can actually look up on the VCAA website. They show you or usually you can find the data somewhere that shows you like what mark on the exam roughly ended up helping you, what roughly translated into a certain study score. But unfortunately, it just kind of depends on how everyone else does as well. So if everyone else, didn't get above 60% in their exam, then absolutely you would get above 30 because you're doing better than the average English student. But if for whatever reason, all English students this year were just amazing and getting 10 out of 10 on every essay, then you probably would be below 30. I hope that makes sense. Can you use words like compels and manipulates? My teacher says they're too strong and uninformed. Right, I'm assuming this is in response to argument analysis. And I would say, honestly, compels and manipulates are fine as long as you have enough evidence to back them up. Compels, I think, is like totally fine, because that's just referring to the author trying to do something, trying to really push their audience to do something. Manipulates is a bit more of a loaded word. If you're using the term manipulate, I think you really need enough evidence that the author isn't just trying to be convincing, they're actually being manipulative. They're trying to like trick their audience. They're trying to, make the audience believe something that, isn't quite true. Or honestly, I do think in the exam, you probably won't see many examples of manipulation. So I can understand why your teacher would say that word is too uninformed. But I think if they're using really, really strong language, compels, great word. Awesome. Okay. We'll probably only get time to go through one or two more questions. My apologies, just because we are running a little over time. So hopefully I'll just be able to answer the most important ones here. In terms of audience, is it okay to specifically identify the audience in the intro and then just refer to them generically? Yes. Parents who value traditionalism goes to parents. I think that's totally fine. If it is a longer audience, like parents who value traditionalism, you don't want to be writing that out every time. Alternatively, if you can be a bit more specific, it's probably good. Like you could change that to traditional parents or something like that. I think that's fine though. Do you agree, Holly?
Yeah.
Cool.
There's no problem there with traditionalism, as long as you can justify and use textual evidence. That's fine.
Yeah. Awesome. Can you get the audience wrong? Technically you can, if you're just pulling them out of nowhere and there's no relevance to the text. So you can get it wrong, but that doesn't mean that there's only one right answer. There will be like a range of right answers as long as you can justify it from the text. But if we were reading that one on asylum seekers, for example, and you just decided that the audience is like grandparents with like no evidence backing that up, that probably would be wrong, because the examiners will read that and go, that's not in the text. But don't let that discourage you. I promise you that VCAA assessors don't look at these exams with like black and white lenses. Like there's one right answer and there's one wrong answer. That's actually the great thing about English, is that it's not sort of like, STEM subjects where it's either right or wrong. So I wouldn't stress about getting it wrong. Just make sure you can point to specific parts of the text and go, that's why I think this is the audience. How do we avoid retelling the article? Intended effect. That's my answer. Make sure you link everything back to intended effect. We're going to look at this in more detail in the next section, actually. So I'll leave that for now. How do we write when we have writer's block and perfectionism? All right, I reckon we'll answer this and then we might move to a break just because we do have a lot more content to get through. Honestly, I know it's so hard. Perfectionism is something I've struggled with a lot throughout university and something I've had to really try and overcome in my writing. And I know it kind of sounds easier said than done, but the answer is just kind of write. Perfectionism a lot of the time, means that we don't write because we're trying to plan things out and we don't want to start writing until we're perfect. But actually, if you just write and just kind of try and put your standards to one side for a second and just say, I'm going to write an essay. It doesn't matter if this is like a 2 out of 10 essay. No one's going to read it. This is just for my study purposes. And just write. And what you'll find usually is once you get into writing, your ideas will actually start coming and it will probably turn out better than you think. But you can just keep reminding yourself, like, I'm writing a practice essay. No one has to read it. This is just for me. I know it's like so hard, but you've just got to try and put those standards to a side for a second. Because ultimately, although it's like really counterintuitive, perfectionism usually means that you write lower quality essays because you're spending so much time stressing about getting it perfect. You're actually, getting so anxious that you're not expressing your ideas as well as you could if you were just kind of going for it. It's one of those weird things. Holly or Bobo, I don't know if you have anything to add on this.
Yeah, just a quick little thing from me. I resonate with this so much because in year 12, I wouldn't hand it in unless I was absolutely content with it. And, I cared very much about what my teachers thought of my homework that I was submitting weekly and everything. And this is just another sort of call to action for you to just form study groups, because not only is the opinion and the feedback from your teacher really valuable, so is the feedback and advice you get from your friends. Stick together with your mates and friends and ask each other to ask them to read your essays or a paragraph that you've written, and just ask them, can you let me know what you think about this paragraph? What do you think? What are its vibes, and do you have any suggestions for me? Because usually you won't be as tense and nervous and much of a perfectionist if you know that your essay or your work, your paragraph, whatever it is you've written, is going to someone that isn't really your teacher. Even though it's not a SAC setting, even though it's not an exam setting, and there is really no real reason to be so worried and concerned, just create that environment of comfort for yourself to get used to before you go into the exam. And yeah, just make sure it's like judgment free and that you can be just real with each other and say, hey, I kind of disagree with this, or there's just no evidence suggesting this. I think you've done, it's a bit of a stretch here. That's what I think. Yeah,
absolutely. And as I said before, at the end of this session, you're going to get the chance to do a little bit of a Q&A with a past VCAA assessor. She spoke with us last year, and I think it was just so excellent because she really reiterated that VCAA assessors don't go into marking your exams with this angry kind of I'm going to take as many marks off them as I can, or being really strict. They genuinely want you to do well. They want to find as many marks for you as they can in your essays. So if it helps to think about the VCAA assessors as not these crazy, big, evil teachers who have super high standards, they're actually just regular people who want you to do well. Sometimes I find that can alleviate a little bit of anxiety as well. Okay. I'm really sorry we haven't got time to answer all of your questions. If we don't get time to get through all of them by the end of today, we will hopefully be able to make some bonus content sort of answering the rest of them, just so you aren't left hanging. For the meantime, though, we've been on Zoom for an hour and a half. It's a long time, so we're actually going to go to a break. First of all, I'm just going to play a lovely video from one of our UBS volunteers just talking about his role at UBS. Then we're going to go straight into a 10-minute break, and we will return after 10 minutes. So feel free to watch the video, go get a snack, get a drink, take care of yourselves, and we'll be back in roughly 10 minutes.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeff Brown. I'm a credit analyst in asset management covering Asia Pacific. The highlight of my career would potentially have been giving a presentation on UBS TV to Switzerland with a Star Wars figurine while discussing the role of technology in Australia. I think my pathway to UBS was quite interesting. I came not only from a finance and economics background, but I also had physics and earth science. If I was to give myself some advice back in year 12, it would be two things. Firstly, if you do have free time and you're getting a bit bored, try and think to yourself, perhaps even the next exercise could be one of the marks in my final exam. So every little cent counts. The second one would be love yourself, back yourself. It's probably in the back of your brain somewhere. You don't have to overstress it. You'll be okay.
All right, everyone, we're going to have a break now. We'll be back at roughly 11:40. All right, for the last 2 minutes of the break, if anyone is there, we're just going to see a video from the amazing Leah, who runs our stress hack or exam hack program that is also offered by Skyline Hatch. So it's going to play for the rest of the break.
So procrastination is probably one of the things that makes us feel the worst. Like when we know that we're not doing something that we should be doing, we feel terrible. You hear people talk about the fact that, oh, I'm just procrastinating, I'm not getting started, and how down and how flat that makes us feel. By the end of this video, you will have a different way of thinking about, a different way of feeling about procrastination, which is totally normal and totally human. But when you think about it from this angle, it changes your relationship to it. So really important to remember is that fact that procrastination is actually totally human. We all do it, and getting awareness of what's going on in our head when we're doing it can really help us to have some agency in how we deal with it. So if you think about it, it's not actually the procrastination itself that makes us feel bad. It's actually the fact that we beat ourselves up for procrastinating that makes us feel bad. We are all human, we all procrastinate. It's the degree to which we punish ourselves for procrastinating that has us feel horrible. And when this happens, we kind of redirect our attention to procrastinating and how bad we are for procrastinating, and we actually lose sight of the thing that we should be working on. In many ways, we self-sabotage. Like, we get so focused on beating ourselves up for procrastinating that we literally spend that energy and don't give it to the thing that we actually need to be doing. And unfortunately, once we go down that negative path, our minds are kind of hardwired to loop in that negativity, which completely distracts us from what we should be doing. And so we actually send ourselves down a path where we actually don't get the results that we want. What I would love you to leave this with is that if you can acknowledge this mechanism and how this plays out in your life, literally, that just having that self-awareness can shift your relationship for how this works out in your life. Because when you can see that you're focusing on the fact that you're procrastinating, which is distracting you from what you should really be doing, something shifts there. I really hope this helps. Let me know.
All right, and perfect timing. It's now 11:40. If you would like any more information on Leah's exam hack, we'll be talking about that a little later, but also feel free to, send us a message and inquire. Okay, we're going to get straight back into it now. We're going to keep doing a bit more argument analysis. We've talked about how to actually analyze. Now we're going to talk about how to write the essay. Okay, before we do that though, really, really quickly, I actually want to have a go at just applying what we've learned in the previous section before the break to this little excerpt from the 2017 exam. So this is sort of just one little paragraph. It's next to an image. The context of this is that it's a principal writing in a newsletter to parents of a primary school, essentially complaining about single-use plastic packaging. So what I'm going to do, we're going to go through this step by step. We don't have too much time, but hopefully we'll get enough time to address each of these 4 things on the screen. Okay, so I've opened up the chat to everyone. I'd love you all to have a quick read, and then step 1, tell me, what is the argument of this excerpt? What is she trying to argue in this excerpt specifically? All right, chat's open. Make sure you send it to everyone and not to hosts and panelists. That way you can all see each other's answers. So I'll let you go whenever you're ready. Oh, we have some great responses coming in already. I love to see it. I think I really like Will's. Will has said redundant plastic packaging poses a threat to the environment. I think that really really encapsulates everything here. He's talking about the fact that plastic packaging is redundant. Like, she's really mentioning that we don't need it. It's useless. And also how damaging it is to the environment. Absolutely. Another one from Jason, there is a huge influx of unnecessary packaging that is harmful towards our environment. Absolutely, love it. Yes, awesome. Lots of great responses in the chat, but I think the ones I've just read out really, to me, that's like A+. We've got the key idea that it's unnecessary, and we've got the key idea that it's harmful. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to move on now. I know it wasn't much time. Next one. Techniques. What persuasive techniques can we see in here, and what are their intended effects? I don't want you to put a persuasive technique in the comments without its intended effect, because they need to go together. So if everyone could just pick out like one technique that they see, write it in the chat and tell me what its intended effect is. Remember that the audience is parents as well, if that helps. Awesome. We've got some great ones coming in. A few of you have identified inclusive language. Absolutely. She's got clogging, where is it? Our everyday lives, clogging our bins, eventually our country. Lots of inclusive language there. I really like how one person has said it holds readers accountable, makes them feel guilty. Absolutely. It's not just making them feel included. It's specifically making them feel guilty. It's holding them accountable. It makes them feel like they're the ones that are damaging their country. Paige has mentioned repetition emphasizes the amount of items that are used in everyday life. Absolutely. She does this on purpose. She lists the items: the newspaper in plastic, hamburgers in boxes, individual packets of tissues, little packages of rice. That can evoke accountability, as Paige has said. It can also make the reader feel quite overwhelmed, like there's so many things. And the key to that in this excerpt is there's something else in here that is making the readers feel overwhelmed, and that's the image. So that technique of repetition and listing all of these damaging things directly reinforces the message that's being sent by the image, which is that there's all this plastic piling up and it's overwhelming. It's really presenting this as a super dangerous, overwhelming threat to the environment. Awesome. Let me see if there's any new ones in here. Yeah, someone's mentioned the image, Chi-Chi. Image of vast amount of rubbish bags intended to overwhelm and scare parents whose children have a future in this world. Absolutely. Really, really well done. Did you see any, Holly? It's a bit hard for me to keep up with all the chats coming in. Did you see any that you'd like to point out?
Yeah, I agree with you, Susan. There's just so many. And if we could just sit here all day and read these out, I'd love that and just discuss sort of the implication, of these analyses. But I really like this one from, forgive me if I'm pronouncing it wrong, your name, Sonia. I think the use of inclusive pronouns alongside an attack regarding that although they contain biodegradable material, they still clog the environment, initiates a sense of guilt within the parents that holds them accountable. Absolutely. There's so much engagement within that sort of brief response with the audience. They've integrated textual evidence into that, which is fantastic. Not only have they talked about or mentioned or identified inclusive pronouns, they've talked about what the use of inclusive pronouns does, what it actually does to the reader, what kind of response it incites from them, rather than just saying, yep, there are inclusive pronouns used in this article. They've gone beyond that, which is fantastic to see.
Awesome. Yeah, I totally agree. Well done. Thank you, Holly. One more I'd like to point out is Tiernan has said, the black and white image portrays a grim and colorless future to scare the audience into accepting the problem. There's a lot going on in this image. Tiernan's identified some of it already. You've got like the cloudy sky. It's very moody. It's sort of like elicits a sense of like danger. It's a bit dystopian almost, like this is what our future will look like. Obviously it's dark as well. Even though it's in black and white, we can tell that it's dark. Like it's not bright. There's not a lot of white in this image. And what you'd probably also want to mention if you were analyzing this image is the use of like the foreground and background. There's this massive like pile of garbage bags in the foreground that's like really overwhelming. It hits us straight away. And then fading into the background, you can see hundreds more sort of plastic rubbish bags. So they've really used those like different levels to portray just an overwhelming amount of rubbish bags. All right. I would love to be able to discuss this article way more. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for, but well done. All of your answers have been fantastic so far. All right. I have my argument in here, which I think is pretty much word for word with what some of you identified, which is awesome. I said that the argument was unnecessarily plastic packaging is doing irreversible damage to the environment. I talked about the tone here. Increasingly concerned combines with the menacing dark photograph. I also talked about how the word superfluous, which means excessive and unnecessary, links with the amount of excessive rubbish bags in the image. I'll let you go through that extra analysis in your own time on the slides, but I think a lot of you have identified very similar techniques anyway. Okay, very quickly now, we're going to cover essay structure. As I said before, you will organize your essay around arguments. So roughly each paragraph will focus on one argument. Awesome. Okay, so this is essentially what that might look like. Paragraph 1, argument 1, paragraph 2, argument 2, etc. In terms of your essay introduction, I know a lot of schools have different acronyms that they like for reminding you what to put in there. This is my favorite, IFCAT or IFCATs. And roughly, it doesn't have to be in this order at all. I just think these are all the important things to include in your introduction. So issue, that can be a really great way to start. Provide a brief overview of both sides of the debate. Form, you want to mention like the text type, author's name, all that kind of stuff. Contention, then you want to mention the audience. This is where you really want to make sure you've got your specific audience. And you want to mention tone. Again, you can also mention style if it's relevant, but that's kind of optional. All right, here's a sample introduction on the piece that we just read. So we can see in red here, we have an overview of the issue. In times of increasing environmental awareness, many communities strive to reduce their damage to Earth, while the others do not believe this is necessary. Then we have tone in the purple, we have author's name in the yellow, we have audience in the blue, we have more sort of contextual information in the yellow, we have style in the pink, we have contention in the green, then we mention the image, which is really, really important to do if there is an image. Then, as you'll notice, we do similar things for text too, which was a little response from a parent. So it's good to mention all the texts that you're going to cover in your introduction. But as you can see here, text 2 is only a few sort of lines because it's like a really short text. So I devote most of my introduction to the main article and then talk about the second article just in a few lines there. Okay, this is what I was referring to before when I answered that student question about how to analyze and not summarize. This is a really, really good example. The best way to structure your paragraphs, I believe, is the ATEE structure, otherwise known as what, how, why. But the most important thing is to focus on the why. When you do the why, that's what you're doing, that's analysis and not summary. So you can see the effect or the why discussion in this example paragraph. It pretty much takes up 50% of the paragraph, which is what you want because that is where your most sophisticated analysis comes through. So the what or the argument works really well as a topic sentence. Introduce your paragraph by establishing what the argument is. Then you'll briefly want to mention a few techniques or sort of talk about what the author is doing with their language. But the most important thing is that you really want to analyze, why is the author saying it this way? You can see here I've talked sort of about how the author is trying to portray herself, how she's trying to create this relationship with her audience, and also how she's trying to make her audience feel. Walker demonstrates her honesty by seemingly admitting to her faults while highlighting her dedication to taking this school down new paths. Through this technique, she attempts to establish a relaxed, respectful principal-to-parent relationship while simultaneously portraying herself as an effective leader and environmentalist. So that's a lot more specific than just saying Walker tries to make herself look credible. Walker tries to convince the audience of her argument. Walker tries to involve her audience. It's like really, really specific and in-depth, and that's exactly what you want to do in your essays. Similar down here, we've got to evoke a sense of audience gratification. A bit nicer than just saying, to make readers feel proud or something like that. So my one tip is focus your essays on the intended effect. It shouldn't just be like a little sentence at the end of every technique. It's really where your best analysis and writing is going to come through. If you can, try and think of like multiple effects. You might sort of identify that a technique has an emotional impact, then maybe it also does something else to support the argument. So it's really just absolutely the most important part of your argument analysis essay. Another good thing to do in your essays is to demonstrate that you understand the logical progression of arguments. This is something that VCAA have mentioned recently in their examination reports. Essentially, this means that you understand how the article builds on itself. You're not looking at the arguments as completely separate. You can tell that she starts with this argument, then builds on it with a new argument. Then she continues this emotion by building on it with this argument. Basically how things logically progress and build on one another. One super simple way to demonstrate that is just use this kind of language where you're reflecting how the language builds on itself. From the beginning, the author does X, Y, Z. Subsequently, the author builds on this by finally, the author X, Y, Z. All that kind of language can really help. Okay, we're nearly at the end of argument analysis. One tiny thing that most of you probably know, but it's important to mention nevertheless, is that in argument analysis, you're not required to make your own judgments about whether the author is being convincing. You're required to just look at what they're trying to do, essentially, what they've written, how they've done it, and what the intended effect is. You don't need to say, this is ineffective because it's a logical fallacy. This is not convincing because they're actually trying to target two audiences at once. They try to use repetition, but it's not effective. It's really interesting to talk about that stuff. I wish we could, but we can't, unfortunately. That's not the point of argument analysis. Essentially, you're just trying to get into the author's mind and really figure out what they're trying to do. Okay, as we said before, you can write an entire paragraph on the image if you want to, but it's a lot more effective if you sort of integrate it into your existing paragraphs. So sort of think about which argument or arguments the image relates to most and integrate your image in there. There's a quote here from VCAA, one of the past examination reports, where they said, there is no expectation that students should write lengthy paragraphs on the graphics. In fact, the shorter, sharper reference often works more effectively. And those who can integrate analysis of the visual into the broader argument show greater mastery of the task. So there you go. Obviously, if it's like a massive image and there's heaps to comment on, you might want to do a separate paragraph, but usually it works better to integrate it. Awesome. There's an example here from the image that we just looked at that shows how you might integrate image analysis into analysis of the text. I'll leave you to read that in your own time when you read over the slides afterwards. Okay. Finally, we get to writing the conclusion of your essay. A lot of schools teach that you don't have to write the conclusion. So if that's what you're used to, totally fine, go for it. From what I've heard, it sort of doesn't really matter whether you write it or not. So a lot of students will leave the conclusion out for time management purposes in the exam. If you do want to write one, make it really short and sweet. Basically just summarize sort of the arguments that you've talked about and like the contention or something like that. You can sort of do a bit of comparison in the conclusion if you want to, but really there aren't really many of your marks that are coming from the conclusion of an argument analysis essay. Okay, I'm going to jump over to your questions super quickly, and then we're going to move on to text response. All right. Okay, mark that one as answered. Do you need to analyze every single visual feature present in the article? I would say no. If there's an image, you must comment on it. Absolutely. That doesn't mean you need to comment on every little like symbol you see in the image. What VCAA are actually looking for is that you can comment on the most relevant stuff. That's actually like a big indicator of how well you're able to analyze. Do you have anything to add to that, Holly?
Yeah, I think you answered I think you answered the question perfectly, Susan. The assessors don't expect that you pull apart to an atomic detail every single, visual feature in front of you on that paper. You've ideally only got like not half an hour. Oh goodness, an hour to write your argument analysis essay. And it really is a skill you need to develop to look at the images as well as, read the text and everything and think to yourself, what are the major components that I really want to include in my writing that I just can't go without discussing? Which parts of this image relate or connect the most with the text? That's what you need to analyze. Awesome question.
Awesome. We've got a question here about planning for essays, specifically comparative and text response. So I think we might skip this for now because Holly's actually going to cover planning when we move on to those topics in a second. I would say though, short answer is practice. When we talk about exam revision, I'm going to talk about writing as many practice plans as you possibly can, just as important as writing practice essays. So that's the short answer, I guess. If we do not do even some level of comparison in section C, is there a danger of writing two very separate and disconnected essays? Yes, there is a danger of doing that. That's a really, really good question, actually. I will say, if you look at the pattern of how they're usually structured, or they have been over the past 4 years, usually it's not two articles of equal length. So you won't really be writing two separate essays in that sense. Usually it's a major sort of article and then a little one or a comment that responds to that article. So necessarily they're already kind of linked, and you'll probably only write like 1 or 2 extra paragraphs on the little article. And there'll be like a little surface level of comparison just automatically where you're going, the parent Louise responds to Walker's newsletter by arguing that actually parents can't do this, blah, 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 blah. So they're not going to give you two like articles that are disconnected. They're going to be very related. So just make sure you mention that. Obviously, you can talk about what's the context in which this second one was written? Was it written as a response to the first article? You know, is it talking about the same issue? Is it targeting the same audience or a different audience? But you don't need to do that side-by-side comparison. Do you have anything to add, Holly?
No, I think you've answered it perfectly.
Awesome. Can the target audience ever change or shift within a text? Not often, but I think it probably can. Sometimes if it's like quite a complex issue, you might get them targeting two separate audiences and then they like flick between them during the article. I've seen that like sometimes, you know, maybe they're targeting both parents and the government, and they start out with this really informal language to target parents, and then they move on to more formal arguments to target the government. Usually not. So I'd say just wait and see. If it really feels like you've got evidence for that, then absolutely, you can talk about how it's shifting. As a general rule, it doesn't usually seem to come up in the exam. Although I will say they can sort of target more specific groups within their audience as well. So you might say, you know, the author shifts to a more serious, concerned tone, specifically to target the most worried members of their parent audience or something like that. So sometimes they might target like little subsets of their audience as well. How many practice exams should we do in a day? There's no magic number, but don't tire yourself out. I think it's just natural, I guess, for us as humans to want to compare ourselves to others. And one way students often do that when they're studying for exams is comparing the amount of exams they've done. Like, how many practice exams have you done? Oh, you've done 5. I've only done 4. Like, oh my God, like you're going to do so much better than me. But I'm sure you all know it's quality, not quantity. You know, and often if you're trying to cram too many in a day, you'll actually end up doing worse. So I would just say focus on what works right for you. Don't feel like you have to live up to some magic number, because ultimately one person could get the same value out of doing 1 practice exam that some other person might need like 6 to do. So it really just depends what works for you. I would say for the English exam, I actually only did a few like full practice exams. Mostly I was just writing practice essays, but I did do a few like 3-hour sit downs before my exam. I usually wouldn't do too many essays in a day though, because it is quite like tiring, I'd say. Yeah, awesome. I remember getting this question last year. Is it true that VCAA examiners only read out essays for 3 minutes? I think we might leave it for when we get the chance to talk to Fiona at the end of this session. It is true that they're under time conditions. I'm not sure if the 3-minute thing is a myth or not, so we might come back to that. Do you need to reread the books for the exams? Depends how familiar you are with them. If you've only read them once, I probably would. But that doesn't mean you need to sit down and read it cover to cover. Like, you know, look at your analysis, look at your notes, be like, oh, I need to refer back to chapter 2, or I want to know more about this example where there's apparently a symbol here, and do more like targeted reading like that, I would say. Study guides or even just like things you find free online can be really helpful as well, just for directing you back to passages from your texts you might have forgotten about. Holly, I'm sure you'll cover that more in a sec when you talk about text response. Did you have anything you wanted to add for the meantime?
No, I think we'll get
Awesome.
into it in more detail later on. Yeah.
Awesome. Do you need to mention the contention of the other texts, e.g. the comment responses to the article? Yes, absolutely. If they're really small, like just a comment, they'll probably just have one contention and that's it. They probably won't have individual arguments because it's not long enough. But yeah, it's really, really important that you mention the contention. Absolutely. If you are provided with 3 texts, do you choose one argument from each text and do a paragraph per text, or write in a more integrated manner, weaving multiple texts into a single paragraph? It's up to you whether you write in an integrated way or not. As I said before, it's not required. And the VCAA examiners have noted that sometimes students slip up a bit when they try and integrate. But I would say don't choose one argument from each text. You want to write on everything you see, essentially. You're not going to be able to comment on every word or every persuasive technique, but you do want to cover all of the arguments. So a really classic way, really kind of classic layout of the Year 12 exam section C is, a pretty long article and then a little comment after it. And how I would lay that out is paragraph 1, argument 1 from the big article. Paragraph 2, argument 2 from the big article. Paragraph 3, argument 3 from the big article. Might integrate the image in there too. Paragraph 4, little comment. That's it. To me, that's the simplest way to do it. You're not ignoring any parts of any of the articles, but you're just commenting on all of the arguments you see. I hope that makes sense. For the exam, is it one examiner marking all 3 pieces or 3 separate examiners per piece? I'm going to come back to this when we talk about examiners and exam strategies. I'm pretty sure your exams get marked by multiple people, and I think it's usually 3 separate examiners, but we'll come back to that. How do I avoid repeating myself when outlining the intended effect? I think just try and be specific as you can. This is why it's really important to link the intended effect to the issue, to the audience, to the specific persuasive techniques. If you start talking about generic intended effects like inclusive language makes the audience feel included, you will end up being repetitive. So you've got to try and make the intended effect specific to the audience, to the argument, to the specific article. If you're getting a bit stuck, just like try and keep pushing yourself to expand on your ideas. All right, inclusive language is making the audience feel included. Why? Why does the author want them to feel included? And then have a think, oh, maybe it's because they want to feel part of a community. Maybe it's because they want to get them on their side. Okay, cool. Why? Why is that important for this argument? Literally just keep asking yourself why. Be like that annoying kind of philosopher person who doesn't stop questioning things. And keep doing that until you actually get to a specific kind of intended effect rather than sort of just the generic explanations that you often see. All right. I was told to never say that something makes the reader, because we can't actually make the reader feel a certain way. Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point. This is sort of a thing about you're wanting to talk about what the author's trying to do instead of what they're actually doing. So instead of makes the reader, you can say something like aims to make the reader, or aims to evoke a feeling, aims to elicit a feeling, compels their reader to. Do you have any other examples, Holly?
No, not off the top of my head. I think you've covered most of the question, Susan. Yeah, it's about intended effect. The key word there is intended. So, obviously you can never make a reader feel something, but examiners are aware that the essay they're reading in front of them is a student's sort of take or their analysis or their thoughts on what the actual intended impact is, or what the arguments are designed or constructed to, how they are constructed to persuade the audience. So yeah, I think, there's no issues there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Holly. All right. I think I'll just do 2 more questions and then we're going to move on to text response. This person just said, is the formula language technique has the intended effect which positions the audience to? Essentially, yes, although I would try and move away from thinking of it as a specific formula if you can, because in one sentence you might want to talk about the effect first and then talk about the technique. It doesn't necessarily have to follow that order, but yes, I guess that's roughly a breakdown of the things you would like or you should include in a paragraph. For every technique, do we always have to write think, feel, do, or can we leave one or the other? Yeah, it's not going to be think, feel, and do simultaneously all the time. That's more just a framework to help you think of different types of effects. But yeah, if it's only relating to feelings, fine, only write about feelings. But sometimes it can be more than one. If you can think of more than one, you're probably doing better than a lot of students who tend to just stop at one. All right. I know there's lots more questions there, but for the sake of time, we do need to move on. Start submitting your questions about text response, because that is what we're moving on to now. And with that, I am going to hand over to Holly. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen very quickly, and I'm going to let her start screen sharing.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Susan.
Awesome.
Can I get a confirmation? It might take a few seconds but can people, can you see my slides, Susan? They should be loading now.
It's just loading. I think it's about,
Awesome.
Yep, perfect. We've got them
Awesome.
there.
Okay. I'm so excited. I can barely, I can't even sit in my seat because I'm just so excited. Analytical text response is section A of the English exam. So we've started with section C first, which is, the most engaging, but text response is definitely, since it's worth a third of your exam mark, it shouldn't be swept under the carpet. And we're going to walk through, how you should approach it, what it takes to do well on section A of the exam now. So let's get started with part 1 on how to analyze and think about your text. All right, let's get started. All right, so the study design that VCAR releases on its website outlines in, a certain amount of detail what you need to do to get those marks on the exam. For section A, you can get 10 marks, right? It's 0 to 10. And you need to satisfy 4 key criteria. Here it is on the slide now. First of all, you need to demonstrate knowledge and understanding of the text, the ideas and values, both explicit and implicit, that it explores. Explicit referring to the ideas that are very apparent, the ideas that are very obvious and pop out from the page and are talked about in a very obvious and evident manner, and the implicit ideas, the values and the concepts that are suggested beneath that surface layer that belong to the subtext and are sort of alluded to or hinted at, but they don't make an obvious appearance in the text. It's sort of suggested or implied. That's what explicit and implicit mean, okay? You also need to show development of a coherent analysis in response to the topic, all right? You need to also use textual evidence like you do in a comparative, like you've already done for your text response essay, and that's in the SAC that you did at the start of the year. You need to have quotes and evidence to back up your arguments and support your interpretation. You also need to show control and effectiveness of language use, all right? Let's break down really quickly what each of these 4 key criteria entail. The first key criteria, knowledge and understanding of the text and its ideas, is about showing that you understand what the texts are ultimately about. And I'm not talking about, this text is about a guy who sits in his wheelchair and looks at people. That's so shallow. You need to go beyond that. And it's really just a summary of the plot. What is, for example, Rear Window really about? Is it about voyeurism? Is it about connection, community, isolation? Now, as you are hearing me say this, you might be thinking, Holly, you're talking about themes. You're talking about themes. And that's awesome that you recognize that, and views and values as well. They're really important. We'll get to them in a second. But the ideas that I keep on referencing in the rest of this presentation for section A refers to ideas and themes as the basis of your analysis. This is your task in section A. You need to pull apart ideas, deconstruct them, examine them, and talk about how the authors or the author, he or she, how they have written the text to explore certain ideas, to communicate, to convey ideas and values. All right. So with that said, I really urge you to don't just read the text at face value. Like I said in that example before, saying your text is about a boy who moves to another country and a lot of aspects of his life change. Talk about the ideas that arise from that. Exploration of identity. I don't know, the role of memory, immigration, family values. These are all themes that you need to engage with in your writing, okay? That's exactly what I have here in this third dot point. Engage with views and values, the implicit ideas. If you're not sure what I'm talking about with regard to views and values, we'll get to that in a second, because there is a nuanced distinction between views and values and themes. They're technically different things, all right? Under development of a coherent analysis in response to the topic, This is about, are you answering the essay prompt? Are you looking at the question on that paper in front of you and answering it to its entirety? The full question, not parts of it. You're not sweeping things under the rug. Are you answering the question in full and not introducing any irrelevant information or material that has been pre-prepared? You're answering that question that is in front of you on the day when you're sitting that exam. It's also about qualifying the prompt. Are you thinking and considering the implications of the prompt? Because sometimes, and we'll get to this later on, there's so much more to come, which I'm really excited for. Don't just agree with the prompt. Don't just agree with it. Explore the nuances. Realize that English is never black and white. There's room to disagree and partially agree and qualify things. Bring in your judgment and say, yes, however, yes, but to an extent, or however, in some cases, this is actually what happens, or this is my take on that. Regarding quotes and textual evidence, you need to choose the most relevant evidence. This is sort of similar to argument analysis. You might be analyzing, really long texts, and you can't fit every single quote from the text or every single event or instance into your essay. You've only got an hour to write it, and you want to use the most relevant, pertinent evidence that links the most or is most connected to what you're arguing in that sentence. Obviously, you need to use quotes. That's a no-brainer. You've been writing essays from year 7, and quotes are a must because they're there to back up, reinforce, and support your analysis, your arguments. Make sure that you're also discussing structural features or text construction. We'll get to that in a bit as well, because like quotes, they are also a form of textual evidence. A lot of students overlook text construction and they just simply look at quotes and put quotes in and say, yep, job done, I'm good here, I'm good to go. But discussion of text construction can really allow you to deepen your analysis, make your writing more sophisticated, and go beyond just bringing in quotes, although they are essential themselves. They can help you decorate and embellish your essays and really make them pop and stand out. Control and effectiveness of language use is just about your expression. Do you have grammatical mistakes in your essay? Do you have punctuation mistakes in your essay? How do your ideas flow? How are they sequenced? How do they link to each other? What is the structure of your individual sentences? Have you expressed yourself in a really clumsy and convoluted manner? Or are you being precise and succinct in your writing? That's what that key criteria is about. Think of each of these dot points, these 4 things here, as like a target that you really need to hit, especially on the bullseye, right? And thinking about these things in red that I've just outlined here will help you to do that. So let's get on to it. First of all, the sort of primary step you need to do when analyzing your text for section A is breaking down your text, right? Between now and the English exam this year, you have time to revise. You have time to study and perhaps refine or create some new or formulate some new contentions and ideas about your text that maybe you've gathered from reading academic articles or online guides, or from just discussions with your friends. Personally, I found that to be so helpful in year 12 to just sit down with my friends and say, let's just have this session where we just talk and chat and think about our texts and just bounce ideas off of each other, right? Here's a framework or a guideline, if you will. Here's a visual depiction of that, of a way you can break down the individual elements of your text. We obviously know that themes are so crucial to your analysis of the text, but there's more to that. Themes are very broad. That's why they're at the base of this sort of upside down cone or pyramid. You start off very broad and then you narrow down into your text. You zoom into the world of your text. And then as you go down this pyramid, you get more and more specific. You go from broad generic things like themes, such as identity, love, connection, memory, down to authors' views and values, which are essentially opinions, stances, or positions that the author has taken, their stance on an issue, their stance on a theme. What are they saying about love? What are they saying about connection? We'll see examples in the next slide or so about views and values. You go from themes to views and values to aspects of the narrative, such as plot, characters, and setting, and then even further down into more specific examples and instances of the text, such as text construction. Some specific examples being language, structure, metaphor, camera angles, lighting, alliteration, anything that is relevant to your text that you're doing for section A. Now, let's get on to the distinction between themes and views and values. It's so important to know the distinction between these two because I'll be saying them a lot in this presentation. It's important that you know that they are technically different. Themes are key ideas developed throughout the whole text. I've given you a few examples already, but here are some more. Love, change, and fate. They are these key ideas, these broad concepts that pop up or sort of apply throughout the whole book or the text that you're studying. On the contrary, views and values are the author's specific ideas and moral messages surrounding the themes. It's what they're saying about that idea or theme. It's their take on it. It's up to you, well, it's your task actually, to deconstruct that, first identify what is the author saying about isolation and community, or violence and war and its effect on individuals. What are they saying about that? I've got an example here from Tony Jordan's 9 Days to illustrate the difference between themes and views and values. Let's have a look. In Tony Jordan's 9 Days, one of the key themes is gender, stigma, and shame. But Jordan, the author of 9 Days, their views and values about this theme in the text seem to be, one, the stigma surrounding women's sexuality can have devastating consequences. Notice how this is a bit of an opinion. This is a statement. This is an opinion that belongs to the author that sort of arises or makes itself apparent or evident in the book. It's sort of encoded in the book. Well, I'm not sure if 9 Days is a book, but I'm just going to assume that it is. It's encoded in the characterization. It's encoded in the events that take place, the symbolism, right? So it's up to you to, be a bit of a detective and find out, okay, what exactly is Tony Jordan saying about gender, stigma, and shame in her book, his or her book, 9 Days. All right. Another example of a view and value is that societal ideals and expectations of masculinity can be toxic and damaging. Again, toxic and damaging, indicating that they are sort of personal opinions or the thoughts or the take of the author on this idea. Here's the third one, but it's exactly the same thing, right? It's the same idea there. So I'll leave that for you to read sort of in your own time. It follows the exact sort of progression and flow of ideas as the previous two view and values. Just a note at the bottom here, you don't need to be absolutely or literally certain that the author intends to convey these exact views and values. I think if in the newsfeed yesterday, you saw that I posted a meme, and in the meme, it was about teachers and English teachers and their sort of tendency to like extrapolate and reach way too far and say, oh, the curtain was blue. What's the symbolism behind that? You don't need to go full on and go into beast mode and break everything down into, these really detailed, super detailed and nuanced bits. You don't need to go that far, but extracting the views and values can really help you direct your analysis and form a contention, because your contention is a response to the topic. And in that, it's really important that you outline, hey, examiner, I understand what the author is trying to say, what the ultimate purpose of this text is, because that's what textual constructions are. They're there to deliver a message. So with that said, you just need enough quotes or evidence to justify your interpretation. Don't pull it out from thin air. Otherwise, the examiner is just going to be like, what? Where did this come from? I'm so confused. If you have evidence to justify your interpretation, you'll be absolutely fine. This is a very quick slide on how to organize your notes. And I know students are very keen on asking presenters and tutors, how do I go about organizing my notes or taking notes between now and the exam? A very quick note or something important to consider is that at this point in the year, you should already have notes sort of already written from the amount of work you've done in class and maybe the amount of time you've dedicated outside of class or during tutoring lessons to write your notes. You should already have some. But I do personally believe that between now and the exam, or the best form of exam revision is still writing essays, writing as much as you can, rather than writing notes or rewriting or reading or reviewing them, right? But if your notes need a bit of sort of touching up or reorganizing or refining, here is a way you can do that. These two examples give you a very sort of concrete way to organize your notes. The first one is an example where you can organize your notes by categorizing them. Perhaps in each cell you have a theme or a broad idea, and then you do the same with views and values, narrative elements such as characters, setting, plot, and text construction elements such as literary devices, filmic techniques if you're studying a film, symbolism, motifs, and also quotes. In this second example, this is an example of a quote bank where you can organize your quotes by theme so that they're not just scattered everywhere. And when you have a quote, you have to ponder, okay, what ideas does this relate to? Can I use this in my essay or not? Because once you read the prompt, okay, it's about these themes here. I can just look at my quote bank and pull out the quotes that are related to themes 1 and 2, let's say, or 3 and 4, or 5 and 2. All right. Now, this is sort of a section of the presentation that I really want to take extra care in presenting, because it's a very, very common problem. It's a reoccurring problem, okay? If there's one thing I want you to take away from section A, it's this. You must answer the entire question. Let me begin by outlining why this is so important. You might be thinking, Holly, I know I need to answer the question. It's pretty simple. Why are you, why are you going on and on about this? On the screen, I have excerpts from 3 separate VCAR reports. 2020, 2019, and 2018. And they're all united by the fact that they comment on the tendency of students or the proportion of students that simply don't answer the question in full. Let me show you what I mean by that. I've got sections on here that I've highlighted that I want to focus on. I won't read all of these responses in detail. You can find these on the VCAR website. But in 2020, VCAR said this: students must answer the question on the paper. It's so important, and it applies across all sections, not just A, it applies to sections A, B, and C. Because what they notice is that students have the ideas, they know how to analyze, their ideas are there, and they are clearly competent, and they have the ability to do well. But the fact that they haven't responded to all components or all parts of the paper, or not the paper, the prompt, decreases their mark. It brings them down, and it doesn't allow them to achieve as highly as they could if they were to really sit down, break the prompt apart, understand what is being asked of them, and then devise a response that effectively resolves or responds to the question in full. This is what they said in 2019. The wording of the topic should be closely considered so that the whole proposition is fully understood. Proposition. Now, we'll get to this in later slides. If you don't know what a proposition is, or you're not sure what it means, or you're just not familiar with the idea of a proposition in a prompt, but usually prompts are sort of framed or constructed in a way where students have to question it a little bit, or qualify, or bring in a bit of their judgment, right? Higher scoring responses discuss the implications of specific parts of the prompt. Lower scoring responses didn't define the terms sharply enough or swept them under the rug. We'll see examples of this later on, and hopefully that will illustrate to you the danger, the utter danger of ignoring parts of the prompt or bringing in pre-prepared material or memorizing essays. In 2018, it was pretty much the same deal. Students can't be dismissive of portions of a topic. You can't ignore parts of the question that's being asked of you. Otherwise, your essay isn't a full response to the topic. You can't rewrite the topic, distort it, or twist it into a topic that suits your own preconceived or pre-prepared ideas. That's just not the task at hand. All right. So what I mean by discussing the implications of the essay prompt, breaking it down, understanding the prompt is this. First of all, you cannot assume that all statements in the prompt are 100% true. There's often room, like I said before, to partly agree or partly disagree with the prompt to qualify it in some way. So you need to do some weighing. You need to do some judging here. And this is especially true if your prompt has words like discuss, or do you agree, or to what extent is this true, or is this true? You need to put your thinking cap on and ask yourself, okay, to what extent are all the characters in Rear Window lonely and isolated? Can I find counterexamples? Is this true all of the time? You need to put limitations on the prompt to explore the nuances, the gray areas that aren't on the extreme ends of the spectrum. Find characters and examples and events that sort of lie in between, that you can say, well, sometimes it's this case, but in other situations, it's actually that. That shows sophisticated understanding. Here's an example for Pride and Prejudice. Pride and Prejudice suggests that marriage is about security rather than love. I've highlighted these two words here, rather than, because they really determine how I'm going to respond. They are qualifiers. They prompt me to place limitations on my response. And there's the word discuss as well. I really should have highlighted that too. So this is what should be going through your mind if you get a prompt like this, about security rather than love. Well, okay, let's sit down and have a think about this. Is marriage about security rather than love all of the time? Does security prevail over love in all relationships? Is it possible to have both at the same time? Or are they indelibly linked and connected to each other? Security and love are two sides of the same coin. Maybe that's your contention. Maybe that's what you choose to argue in your essay. But it's not helpful to just blindly agree with the prompt and say, yeah, it is about security rather than love, or vice versa. It's only about love and not security. You need to explore the nuances. Don't just agree with a prompt, but it's also really important that you don't just sit on the fence and say, and go half-half. You need to, have 3/4 saying yes and then 1/4 no. You can't sit on the fence. Here's another example for the lieutenant. Fear is the cause of all struggles in the lieutenant. Do you agree? Well, in that case, if you are doing this in the exam, you need to sit down and think, is fear the cause of all struggles in the lieutenant? This places a significant limitation on the way we can respond. So there it is there in that dot point, the first one, all struggles. Is it really the cause of all struggles in this book? Is there anything else in the text that causes struggles? Perhaps discrimination or violence, and it's not just fear. And it's really important to outline the extent to which you agree. Do you agree? Never fully disagree or agree with the prompt. Show nuanced understanding. So your response should ideally look something along the lines of yes, but, or yes, however. You might have heard about however paragraphs, and things like that allow you to sort of show nuance in your understanding and never fully agree or disagree with the prompt. All right, with that said, I'd like to introduce you to the 5 key steps to breaking down an essay prompt in section A of the exam, okay? There they are laid out here, but we're going to walk through each of the steps sort of methodically and in greater detail so that you understand that during planning time, you do have 15 minutes to read and think during that exam. It's not just like ready, set, go, and you just, you know, for 3 hours, you're just writing. You do have time to think. You do have time to plan. You may section out time for yourself to plan in the exam if you wish to, but breaking down a prompt is essential. It's crucial. You need to understand the question in order to respond to it. So the first step to breaking down a prompt is to identify the type of prompt you have on your hands. What kind of prompt am I responding to? Is it theme-based? Is it character-based? Or is it construction-based? What type of prompt you have on your hands will dictate how you respond, or what sort of ideas and evidence you can pull out and place on that paper. Step 2, clarify the meaning of unknown words. Bring a dictionary, please, please, please. It doesn't cost you anything. You won't get punished or marked down for bringing a dictionary. It's just a resource that you are allowed into the exam, and you absolutely should take one, a paperback dictionary. And I'll show you examples of why you should bring a dictionary, just in case, to the exam, with a few examples from past exams in like 2019 and stuff like that. Step 3 is to find out whether you have a quote from the text inside the prompt. If there is a quote or two inside the prompt that you are responding to, identify it, and ideally you should use it in your essay. We'll talk about that more in later slides. Step 4 is to identify key terms, highlight them, underline them, circle them, box them, whatever you need to do. Just focus on those key terms because they are the indicators of the ideas and themes you need to be exploring in your essay. Like everything else, they dictate and frame and direct your analysis. They give you direction. The last step is to interrogate the prompt. Be a detective. Ask yourself the questions I asked you in the previous slide. Is there something that isn't always true, right? And we'll talk about the indications of a prompt that needs interrogation later on, because there are certain words that should ring a bell and should trigger a response and call out to you and say, hey, I want you to break me down. I want you to interrogate me, pull me apart so that you understand what is actually being asked of you. Let's get into it. The 3 types of essay prompts can mainly be categorized into theme-based, character-based, and construction-based. And I've got sort of colorized here the parts of the prompt that will really shout and yell out to you and tell you what type of prompt you have on your hands. Let's start with theme-based. Theme-based prompts obviously contain themes. And in these 2 examples, I've got them sort of underlined, bolded, and colored in orange. The importance of kindness and compassion is highlighted in Kennedy's stories. Discuss. This is for this text here, like a house on fire. Similarly, in this prompt, you've got the role of memory as a key theme that pops up consistently inside this text, all the light we cannot see. Pretty straightforward. Let's move on to character-based. In Extinction, the characters find no resolutions to their problems. Do you agree? Clear indicators of a character-based prompt is obviously the word, characters, or character, or even names of characters. Like in this second example here, always keep your dignity and be true to yourself. To what extent does Margie follow her grandmother's advice? With regard to construction-based prompts, the clearest indicator is the word how. How? How does Hitchcock create an atmosphere of suspicion? It really is the combination of the word how and a verb in these types of prompts that should yell out to you and make you think about filmic techniques in the case of Rear Window, and literary devices and meta-language, meta-linguistic features. How means you need to explore the methods and the ways in which the author has decided to convey ideas. How do Munro's short stories explore the struggle to forge one's own identity? Here is the idea or the concept. Here is the verb. Here's the verb as well. There's the director or the author, and that is the word how. You need to discuss literary devices and writing techniques if you get a how-based prompt or a construction-based prompt. One quick note, after covering all of these types of essay prompts, is that regardless of what kind of essay prompt you have, whether it be construction, character, or theme-based, you still need to be talking about themes throughout your entire essay in section A. Just because you have a character-based essay, it doesn't mean you can just write about characters without linking or connecting them to themes. They're like the base layer of your cake, right? Without the base layer, you don't have the second layer. Without that, you don't have the third, and then without that, you don't have frosting and all that yummy stuff that you can put on top, right? So themes and views and values are very much the core of your response. Without them, there's no basis for discussion. You know, characters, events, symbols are vehicles. They're literary vehicles, and they're ways in which an idea can be conveyed, right? So he shows the utter detriment of war and violence through Charlie's flashbacks of the war and whatnot, right? There are ways in which an idea can be communicated. Here is a bunch of, well, sort of a resource that you can take away with you if you'd like to screenshot this or, you know, copy these down into your notes after today's presentation. But this is sort of a collection of text construction words or metalinguistic features, literary devices, whatever you want to call them, that may be applicable to your Section A text. There's a lot on here, so don't think that everything on here on this slide relates to your text. Only a couple will. But make sure in the exam that if it is relevant to the prompt, if the prompt is about an idea that is connected to one of these construction-based techniques, these literary devices, that you talk about that literary device. That will help you talk about author's intent, what the author is deliberately and intentionally trying to do using a certain camera angle to achieve an effect or to convey an idea or to show a character in a certain light, okay? That's the key idea here. You need to understand how authors have constructed and built the worlds of their text and built the characters inside their text to convey ideas. This will help you achieve depth. This will help you achieve sophistication. Let's also talk about, very briefly, what VCAR have to say regarding types of essay prompts. So VCAR have said before, I've got in this box, this blue box here, sort of an excerpt from a VCAR report, the last year's VCAR report, that students are still not really discussing writing techniques, literary devices, and filming techniques when they get a text construction-based prompt. So for this one here, 9 days, you've clearly got the word how. You've got this verb here, emphasize, about Tony Jordan and how they have emphasized the importance of cherishing those we love in 9 days. How and emphasize should have, rung the bells of many students and called out to them and say, all right, well, you need to talk about literary devices here. But still, a lot of students miss out on that, and that's just marks slipping away from your hands. So this is what VCAR had to say. A high scoring response to the question up here would have understood that a how question invites a discussion of writing technique as well as a discussion of ideas. Your ideas, well, your analysis of the ideas has to be present, and your analysis of the techniques, the devices, and the sort of filmic techniques that have been used to convey these ideas, they both need to be present, okay? They go on to say it would have demonstrated a knowledge of the ideas as well as the structural and language elements referenced by the quote, and included that in their discussion. This one will be very brief. I think I've made it pretty sort of clear and apparent enough that you need to bring a dictionary into the exam. But why? Here are two instances of, instances of exams where one of the prompts on the exam had a word or several words that were unclear or ambiguous in their meaning. For example, in 2019, the prompt for Stories We Tell, the prompt had the word interplay in it. Stories We Tell portrays the interplay between loss and hope. And some students assumed the meaning of the word interplay, or they weren't sure of what interplay meant. So maybe they ignored it or based their response on this skewed, inaccurate understanding of what the word interplay means. And then that meant that their essay wasn't relevant, or it just wasn't sort of hitting the target right on the head. It wasn't the most pertinent and accurate and precise response because they misinterpreted the word interplay. They thought it meant something else, or it led them down another road or a rabbit hole, and effectively they just weren't answering the question. Something similar also happened in the prompt for Rear Window. This was sort of notorious at my school because at my school we did Rear Window for section A, and the teacher was like, the teachers, all of them, just kept on drilling into their minds, bring a dictionary, because in 2019, so many students came out who did Rear Window, and they were like, what does the word cynical mean? If you don't understand what the word cynical means, if you had a dictionary, then you were fine. You could have looked it up during reading time and say, that's what it means. I understand what the word cynical means. Therefore, I understand the question. Therefore, I can devise an accurate response. So don't go into the exam and, when you read your prompt and you don't understand a particular word in it, don't regret and think back to this presentation and say, oh, Holly told me to bring a dictionary, but I ignored her and now I'm suffering. Don't do that. Please just bring a dictionary, have it on the side of your desk. If you don't use it, you don't use it. You can just take it home, no big deal. If you have a quote in your prompt, it's so important to think about these three things. These two things really. First of all, when you identify the prompt, think about where in the text it comes from, right? Does it come from the main protagonist? Does it come from a minor character? During what kind of event or what stage of the book does this quote sort of, does it arise? If it's dialogue, who says it? What kinds of themes and views it values does this quote relate to? Here's an example from After Darkness. Why could I never do anything right? Dr. Ibaraki not only fails others, he also fails himself. Now, I know that not all of you will be familiar with this text, After Darkness, but after reading the quote, if you are familiar with this text, ideas and themes should be popping up into your head. And it should really be triggering thoughts about ideas that you have discussed in class with tutors perhaps, or maybe ideas that you've written about in your own notes. Think about the themes and ideas that the quote conveys, and then use the quote in your essay. Aim to do this in the introduction or the first paragraph to really just bang it out, because this quote is the most relevant piece of evidence you can use. If the quote itself is in the question, why not include it in the response? It's the most relevant quote you can use, given all the others you can choose from in your text. Key terms in step 4 are really important to breaking down the essay prompt. Make sure you highlight them, make sure you box them, circle them, whatever. During your breakdown of the prompt, you should also find synonyms for these key terms. This is so that you don't sound monotonous and repetitive in your essay. For example, for the word insignificant, ideally you would like to find synonyms for that or alternative ways of expressing that so that you're not just repeating the word insignificant so many times over and over again in your essay. Again, like quotes, think about where they appear in the text and in which different ways. So in this prompt for 9 days, the key words here are seemingly, insignificant, decisions, major, consequences, and even this last part here, do you agree? Because that means, if you were paying attention, we need to go back to the extent to which we agree. We need to do some qualification here. Do I agree entirely, which you shouldn't, or do I have some points of agreement and some points of disagreement? Here is an example that I've got on the slide for Rear Window. This prompt here says, the characters in Rear Window crave companionship and belonging. To what extent do you agree? And VCAR had a lot to say about this. This was from last year's exam because some students ignored companionship and only wrote about belonging. That means they either didn't highlight the key terms or they didn't circle them or underline them. They just read it and said, all right, I'm going to hit the ground running and just write until my hour is up or my 3 hours is up. And they just completely swept companionship under the rug or vice versa. Some students conflated the two terms. They thought they were something else, they misunderstood the meaning, or they thought they were the same, one and the same, and they molded them into this one sort of concept, rather than acknowledging the fact that companionship and belonging are two separate concepts, two separate things. And that's exactly what VCAR has said. And I've summarized that, what they have said about this prompt from last year in this blue box here. They discussed companionship only and left the other one out, or they ignored parts of the prompt, or they conflated the terms. Make sure that you are not making these mistakes in this year's exam, section A of this year's exam. Step 5 is to interrogate the prompt. Like I've said before, don't assume that all statements in the prompt are 100% true. There's room to partly disagree with the topic or qualify in some way. But these are the parts of the prompt you should look out for when you are breaking it down. So language to look out for when you are interrogating a prompt is adjectives and adverbs, or even superlatives, right? In this example, it's these two words here, the greatest influence. Is it really the greatest? Is family really the greatest influence on the individual? Can I find counterexamples? Is this, maybe it's not even the case at all in certain situations. Family plays no role. It has no influence over the individual in some cases, right? This is very limiting, and realizing that and then responding to it accordingly will allow you to produce a really excellent essay. Another thing you should look out for is absolute statements. And here are some examples. The actions of the Greeks in the women of Troy cannot be trusted. And at the end, you can think of it as cannot be trusted at all, or absolutely cannot be trusted, full stop. They're making a statement there, an absolute statement, in fact, that you need to maybe contest or qualify or, bring some judgment on. Similarly, there is no hope to be found in station 11. Think to yourself, is this true entirely? Can I find counterexamples? Is this true in all situations and circumstances? Add your own little twist to it, maybe. There is no hope in certain settings, but in others, hope is abundant. Therefore, in station 11, the amount of hope or people's morals are reflected in their geographical location. That would be your contention. Lastly, look out for these words. Discuss, to what extent do you agree, and is this true questions. These all invite you to consider, to stop, pause, and think, is this entirely true? Are there any counterexamples? Or are there any cases where, the opposite case is true? So ultimately, your response should look like this. Yes, however. Yes, but. This means you have considered the implications of the topic. which is what VCAR is ultimately looking for. Okay, let's get on to planning your essay. Once you have broken down the prompt, obviously you need to plan your essay in some way, shape, or form. And I advise you to include 3 main components in your essay. Without any of these, your essay wouldn't be fully complete. First of all, you really need a contention in your essay. Your contention is your response. Without a response, what's the point of writing an essay? You also need 3 to 4 distinct arguments that support your contention. These are basically your body paragraphs or the topic sentences of each of your body paragraphs. And then obviously you need evidence that supports each of your arguments. You need to substantiate your analysis so that what you're saying isn't complete nonsense and isn't justified. Here's an example of an essay plan. It's super brief, but it ticks all the boxes and it gets what it needs to get done. This is in response to the prompt. Power imbalance will inevitably cause conflict. To what extent is this true? This is for the lieutenant. And this student has outlined for each of their 4 paragraphs the essence of their argument, what they're essentially going to argue, right? So they've sort of done this sort of inverse operation where they have the contention at the bottom. You can have the contention anywhere, at the start or at the bottom. It really, it's up to you and what suits you best. But in this example, the contention comes after the arguments. And in each argument, you can see that they have their topic sentence ready to go. It's a statement. For example, power imbalance in the hierarchy of the Navy and the Marines easily leads to conflict. Super simple and concisely worded, and it agrees with the prompt. That's why it's colored in blue. Remember that the prompt is asking for to what extent you agree, or to what extent is this statement true. So this argument 1 agrees with the prompt. So does argument 2 and 3. But notice how argument 4 disagrees with the prompt. That's your however paragraph. That's your opportunity to show nuance and sophistication and actually kind of push back against the prompt a little bit and not just agree with it blindly like a goat. However, power imbalance between Rook and Tagaran does not result in conflict, as the two forge a friendship based on compassion and understanding. That's the disagreement there. It's not 50-50. You've got 3 that agree and 1 that disagree, so you're not sitting right on the fence. And then they've brought in their contention. Again, the contention isn't super long. It's 1 sentence. It's succinctly worded and captures all of these in 1 or 2 sentences. It summarizes the arguments and answers the prompt. To what extent is this true? This is what it says. Ultimately, power imbalance will inevitably cause conflict unless both sides can act with compassion and understanding. Summarizes beautifully what each of these 4 arguments are saying, and it effectively answers the prompt. That is a way in which you can plan out your essay. Just have the arguments, well, the topic sentences, I call them arguments, the topic sentences for each of your paragraphs. If you're doing 3, do 3. If you're doing 4, do 4, and then have your contention. That is essential. You must have a contention. That is the foundation. It's a building block of your essay. So just a reminder, a contention is an overarching statement that answers the essay prompt. It's really your personal stance or the position you have taken in response to the topic or the essay prompt. And like I said before, it can come in any order. Your plan doesn't get marked, it gets thrown in the trash in the exam. The VCAR examiners go nowhere near your plan, so you can make it as messy or as personalized with symbols and abbreviations as informal as you want, and the order doesn't really matter between arguments and contention. Just make sure that your contention is there. You can think up of arguments first and then a contention that summarizes and encapsulates all of those, or start the other way around with a contention and then break it down into individual arguments. Here is an example of a raw contention and a refined contention that I wrote in year 12 in response to this prompt up here. The prompt isn't, the focus of this slide. It's these two things here. And I won't go into massive detail because this is available as a resource for you to read and go through after today's presentation. All the slides will be available to you to look at in greater detail. But in a plan, your ideas are raw. They're delivered and written down in dot points. They're not full sentences. And the content, the ideas of these sentences isn't completely thought out. You're just getting the gist of it down. So this is what a raw contention could look like. It's not elaborated upon. There's not a great amount of detail in there. It just gets the bare basics, the bare minimum of the idea down on the page. Broken communities are only properly fixed when people in them overcome the problems in their personal relationships. Notice how there's a lot of informality here. Fixed, the people in them, the problems, broken communities even. You could say that's quite informal. It needs a lot of polishing. It needs refining. And that's what's being done here. So I urge you to, in your plans, or a way that you can go through your raw ideas and raw contentions in a plan and refine them, is to go through each word and think of more sophisticated and formal alternatives and synonyms. This is why you need to build up your word banks and your study resources to better express yourself in the exam. Instead of problems, in this version, I chose the word predicaments. It's so much more sophisticated and precise and relevant to this text than problems. Well, what kinds of problems? Internal or external? Personal or sort of psychological or relational problems? That's what I mean by refining things down. The blue section is really just an extended contention, and the purple is the main contention. So what I did after writing in purple is that in this blue section here, I just elaborated and gave more information and detail about this. It's not that much different to the purple section here. They're both really just reflections of each other. One is just taken further a little bit. All right, so with that said, and as I sort of conclude this section on planning your essay, make sure that you, well, first of all, are practicing doing writing essays and writing essay plans. A good approach to planning essays is to give yourself roughly 15 minutes at first, and then narrow it down to about 7 minutes. And, believe me when I say that you'll go from your very nice looking essay plans to like kind of chicken scratch. But that's okay because they're not being assessed. Plans are written by you for you. They don't get marked or seen by anyone else. So as long as you get the ideas on the page in the order that you want to get you started to write the essay, that's fine. I suggest that you go from untimed plans with notes to timed. Give yourself that time pressure, emulate that exam environment with notes, and then get rid of those notes and sit it like you would on the day of the exam.
Awesome. I think that's a great point to move into our lunch break. Holly, do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. I think since it's 1:04, what we'll do is we will go into a lunch break now. And before we get into analytical text response part 2, we'll answer any questions that you've had because there've been a lot building up in the mentometer as expected. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen. Same deal as before. We're going to see another lovely video from our friends at UBS. And then that's going to go straight into our break slide. And so we'll be returning from lunch at 1:30. So feel free to sit back, watch the video, or go get something to eat, chill out, and we'll see you all at 1:30. Thanks so much for watching and listening so patiently and being so engaged so far. Get keen for part 2.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben Crofts and I'm an investment banking analyst here at UBS Melbourne. I think the way that I describe what I do is I'm effectively a real estate agent, only instead of selling property, I'm helping to facilitate the sale and purchase of businesses. I think career highlights so far has been the opportunity to work with so many like-minded and intelligent people, as well as being able to support UBS's recruitment program, which I found to be really rewarding. Prior to studying at UBS, I completed my Bachelor of Commerce degree at the University of Melbourne. Whilst there, I majored in finance and particularly enjoyed investments, corporate finance, and derivatives. Obviously, prior to that, I completed high school here in Victoria and completed my VCE. Whilst in high school, I particularly enjoyed mathematics. I actually did specialist methods and further, which was quite unusual at the time. And also obviously did English, also did physics and accounting. But I think if I had to choose a subject from memory that I enjoyed the most, it was probably specialist maths. So I think I might reframe this question slightly to be advice for my former self rather than my future self. So if I was able to advise my former self on anything, it would be to get involved as much as possible at university. Uni is really one of those things where you get out what you put in. So I'd recommend that my former self get involved in as many clubs, groups, societies, and events as possible. It'll really stand you in good stead. So if I were advising myself a few weeks out from my Year 12 exams, I think I'd just tell myself to relax. You've done the hard work up until this point. You've worked very, very hard with your teachers and your classmates to ensure that you're prepared for this upcoming sort of exam period. And now is just an opportunity to demonstrate what you've learned. The entire process is over in the blink of an eye, and before you know it, it's holidays, and then you're in uni, and then before you know it, you'll be in the workforce. So try to make the most of the time, enjoy of it what you can, and look at it as an opportunity more than anything.
Something happens when we feel really stressed, like borderline anxious. Something happens in our brain that, unless you know how to deal with it, it's actually one of the places where our brains actually totally hold us back. Like, they make things stacks worse than they actually need to be. So in this video, I'm gonna share what actually happens in our brain so that you get what's going on, but then also share something you can do, like a little hack you could do that's super simple, that you'll always have. Like, once you hear it, you'll always have it, you can always use it, that helps you override some of the default stuff that our brain does that literally, gosh, our brains are amazing, like totally extraordinary. Like, it's hard to believe that in some ways it completely holds us back and has us feel horrible and completely overreact during things like, taking an exam or asking someone out or public speaking or being in an interview. You know how stressed out you can feel about that? And logically you go, that makes no sense that I'm that stressed. Like, what's the worst that can happen? But in your body, you're completely freaking out. So when that stuff starts to happen to our bodies, when we're worried about something, it sends a signal to our brain that it needs to protect us. And the problem with this is that the signal it sends is that it needs to physically protect us, like we're in some kind of physical danger. So what it does is it sends a shot of stress hormones, like adrenaline, to our body that has us get into the mode of being able to either run away or stay and fight. So fight or flight. It gives us fight or flight chemicals because it thinks we're in physical danger. And normally we're not. We're like either really worried that she's gonna say no, or we're like worried that we're gonna fail an exam, or we're not gonna do well in an interview. But we get these stress chemicals that have us like, seriously, like we're pumped up to fight or to run away. And that's the last thing you wanna experience in your body when you're just about to do something that has you need to be in your head. Because you actually can't be in your head when you've got those chemicals running through you. They actually shut down your brain. Like your mind wants you to be 100% focused on your body and using it to either run away or stay and fight. So it doesn't want to spend any energy in your brain thinking through things. Like, that's the last place it wants you to spend energy. So you literally, like, you can fully go blank or just forget stuff and go, what happened to me there? So here's what you do. You simply have to say something to communicate to your brain why you're feeling stressed. It sounds corny, but you have to say, You're okay, Leah. You're going to be fine. You're just stressed because this is really important to you. You are safe.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all had a nice lunch. You're feeling refreshed, ready to get into part 2 of our English presentation. Before we get into it, I'd just like to introduce Jeff, who is here. As you might have seen, Bobo, the UBS volunteer, had to head off to work, and now we have a new UBS volunteer here with us. You saw Jeff's video a bit earlier in the presentation, but Jeff, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone?
Hi, everyone. Thanks again for turning up for session number 2 and getting nice messages from the chat. I'm probably still wearing the same jumper that I wore when I filmed the video, but it's great to be involved, and anything I can help out with on the side, I'll be here in the background, just making sure everything runs smoothly. And again, just from the UBS side, I think everyone is so honored that we're able to help out. We know it's a tough time. We've been there. I was not too far ago in year 12 as well. So all our hearts out to you and here to help however possible.
Awesome. That's really great. Thank you, Jeff. We're so grateful to have you here helping as well. All right, I'm going to hand over to Holly to answer some of your questions about text response and then get into the writing process. Are you all good to go, Holly?
Yep. Thank
Awesome.
you, Susan.
Let's get into it.
I will share my screen now. Mentometer. Can I get a confirmation, Susan, that that's popping up for you?
Yes, perfect.
Awesome. So the first question we have on our hands is, are there any time management tips for the English exam? Well, we've discussed this briefly before, and there is a dedicated section to exam strategy, tips on how to actually do the exam towards the end of today's presentation. But I'll give my sort of personal take and brief response, but we will cover this in greater detail later on, and you will actually have a chance to ask an actual assessor, a VCAR assessor, Fiona. You'll get a chance to ask her some questions. But my biggest tips for time management in the English exam is to start with section C first, because you have 15 minutes of reading time to read that article. It's fresh in your mind, so you can just hit the ground running once writing time starts, to just write your analysis, your essay for section C, and then proceed with either section A or B afterwards, whichever one you're more comfortable or confident with. The order there doesn't really matter. Otherwise, I'd probably dedicate maybe 5 to 7 minutes for each section, A, B, and C, to write, scratch down a really quick and brief plan. And the most important thing, or the most useful thing you can do for yourself to manage your time in the exam is to beforehand, in the lead up to the exam, give yourself enough time to sit practice exams and write essays in time conditions. They don't have to be the full thing. You don't have to sit down at home for 3 hours and write 3 essays. You might choose to only practice section A one day and then do section B the next, or a couple days after. But writing as much as you can in that emulated environment, in an environment as similar to the exam room as you can, will really get you in the routine to put yourself in that environment where it's sort of stressful. You're thinking on your toes and you have to write really quickly. Put yourself in that situation as much as you can so that you get used to it. That's going to set you up for effective time management and writing under time pressure in the exam. Awesome. Okay. Is a rubric provided during the exam? During the exam, no, but you are more than welcome, and I totally encourage you to head over to VCAR's website, where you can download the study design, and I think they have a rubric for the exam as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Susan, but they do have criteria that they list for the exam. These criteria pop up in our slides as well, in our presentation that we have talked about thoroughly. That is what that's your rubric, basically, that you have to follow, that you can read through and understand before you go into the exam. But in terms of sitting down at your desk and doing the exam with your papers in front of you and your dictionary, you aren't provided with a rubric. You just have to understand the rubric and what's required of you before you head into that exam, because there's really not much time for you to read the rubric, understand it, break it down, and then write your essay. You're going to be writing for the full 3 hours. Okay. How important is a unique interpretation of the text? And how can you take a certain theme and develop a unique interpretation? I'm so glad this person has asked me this question, because I get so excited about unique interpretations of the text. It's like the best thing of English. Really, what I found helped me the most in terms of developing sort of original ideas and developing my own take on the concepts in my texts in year 12 and even in year 11 was reading academic articles. Some of you who like attend our weekly tutoring sessions will know all about this. You're like, oh, Holly, she's going on about it again. She's talking about academic articles again. But for those of you who aren't familiar with academic articles, they're basically like, they're like a thesis, basically. They're like articles and writing pieces written by people who sometimes have PhDs, who are very knowledgeable in their fields and have a lot of things to say and have a lot of expertise with regard to the texts. They're written by these types of people that you can just find with a quick Google simply Google or Google Scholar. You can have a browse through the internet. Maybe your teacher's given you a few academic articles that you can read through and adapt the ideas into your own writing. Sometimes I read academic articles, or in year 12, I used to read academic articles and think, wow, this is such an amazing idea. I've never thought about it at this angle or at this perspective or through this lens before. This is so refreshing. I really want to I kind of want to take it, but you can't take it. You need to adapt it. You need to sort of change up little bits of it and add in elements of your interpretation. Maybe you found different types of evidence, different quotes that support the same idea that you can sort of adapt into your own unique response. That's one way. I also find watching video essays really helpful because, they're very engaging rather than just reading through documents and documents. It's a bit more engaging when you hop on YouTube and you're lucky enough to find some video essays. But ultimately, what you should be doing is grabbing those essays, writing them down in your notes, in a mind map, or on some sort of interactive board you have at home, and building on them. Build it out like a sort of web and extrapolate on the points that you find most interesting and think, okay, here's this really good idea that I agree with, that I really want to take advantage of, but what can I add to it? What kind of personal opinion or personal observation can I add to this to build it into my own response? That's what I have to say to that question. Fantastic question, by the way. If we don't finish the essay at the end of the hour, should we move on to the next section? That's a very good question. Generally, I'd say yes, because you have things like argument analysis where you don't have to complete a conclusion. So that's sort of an extra piece of writing that you don't have to do to score highly. You can just omit it, leave it out if you don't have time and you need to move on to comparative, or you started it beforehand but you haven't finished it. Make sure you finish that and have a conclusion for your 2 essays in sections A and B rather than section C. But Susan, I'd like to get your take on this, because time management is very unique and sort of individual. What do you have to say to this student?
I would say, in terms of moving on to the next section, pretty much as Holly said, the answer is yes. I remember last year when we spoke to Fiona, the VCAA assessor, one question asked, is it better to do 2 perfect essays and leave 1 blank, or do 3 mediocre essays? And she said 3 mediocre essays, hands down. So it's better off to sort of get something down for every section if you can. Obviously, time management, if there are some essays that take you a bit longer than an hour, it's okay to plan for that. I'm going to talk about that at the end of the session, actually, but I used to give myself, I think, roughly 65 or 70 minutes for comparative because it took me a bit longer, and I'd give myself less time for text response. So, it's up to you to manage how you want to block out your time within the 3 hours. If you feel like it's only going to take you 5 more minutes to finish your essay, that's probably fine to do that before you move on to the next section. But if something's happened and you're only halfway through your essay and, you're worried that an hour's gone by, I would move on to the next section and just try and come back to that essay if you have time at the end. I think that's all I have to say on that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Susan. I couldn't agree more. I have been told that we must assume the examiner knows the text inside out and we don't need to reiterate the narrative. Is this true? Absolutely. Absolutely. This is sort of it's what a lot of students who tend to summarize instead of analyze. It's what they just don't understand, or they're not aware of when they go into the exam. Your assessors and examiners know your texts like the back of their hand. They know them very well because they've marked exam essays on them, for years. So they know, every single detail about the text. And when you introduce a character or when you start talking about the character, there's no need to give their entire backstory or say, Jay Gatsby, who grows up, very in poverty and said this to his parents and had these ambitions and then did this to achieve his ambitions. They know already. Just get straight to the point, be very concise and succinct with what argument you are trying to put forth, and instead say something like Jay Gatsby's transition or sudden transition from poverty to extreme wealth highlights the absence of communal values in 1950s America, something like that, instead of giving the whole backstory. They already know. So it's unnecessary. It takes up a lot of your precious time and, like writing power, you want to be easy on your hand. You don't want to write something down in the paper that isn't going to gain you marks or isn't going to help you out in any way. It's just, not useful. So yeah, absolutely. This is very true. And you should keep that in mind throughout the entirety of your exam for both comparative and text response. Will you be rewarded for undertaking an integrated approach instead of the block method for language analysis? This goes back to argument analysis. So Susan, would you like to quickly respond to this?
Yeah, short answer is no. You might be getting confused with comparative text response. We'll talk about that later. There are a bit more meaningful differences between integrated approach and block approach. For argument analysis, no. That's why I was saying, unless you really, really like comparing, don't do it because there's no benefits really. It's not seen as like the better approach or the more sophisticated approach. Really, you've just got to do whatever you feel the most comfortable with and whatever helps you write the best.
Absolutely. Thank you, Susan. Is it true that VCA examiners only read our essays for 3 minutes? I think we had this question before, but
yeah, sorry, I didn't dismiss it because I wanted to save it for Fiona. Just mark it. I've got it written down. We'll ask Fiona when she comes on today.
Yeah, definitely. What's the best way to remember quotes? Write with your quotes. That's my one answer that honestly some students aren't really a fan of because they're like, oh, the answer's right again, really, Holly? Like, come on. But instead of using flashcards and rote learning your quotes, the best way to memorize them or sort of get them ingrained in your mind is to use them in context. Remember, the English exam isn't about you sitting down and regurgitating quotes onto the piece of paper. That's not the task. You'll be writing essays with quotes embedded in them. So the best way to practice for that is to do exactly that. You don't have to write full essays at home. It might be a bit tiring. You have other responsibilities. You do other subjects as well. It's not just English. But maybe just write a quick paragraph and integrate some quotes, some textual evidence into there that is obviously relevant to the prompt. When you can, that will get you into the sort of groove of being familiar with these quotes. You've written and used them so much that you just know them already. And again, there's no need to memorize every single quote out there. If you are, studying like a movie or something, you'll know that you can search up the transcript online. Don't try to memorize that. Just pick out the key quotations. And ideally, find some quotations that relate to multiple themes or multiple views and values so you can really enlarge your scope and your reach and the span of your sort of quote bank, and enable that versatility so that you can just kind of use a quote for many different types of prompts. Awesome question. How many quotes should we have for each text response essay? We'll probably get into that in a bit more detail in this section. So stay tuned for that. And I will answer your question in the following sort of slides and presentations. You've mentioned that we can't sit on the fence. However, if the question were, to what extent do you agree? Could you then agree and disagree with the prompt? Yes, but not to equal proportions. So like I said before, you can't have 2 paragraphs agreeing and then 2 paragraphs disagreeing. That's equally weighted. So it's sort of unclear, what's your ultimate conclusion then? Do you ultimately agree or disagree? Have that sort of inequality. Have 3 that agree and 1 that disagrees, or just an odd, an uneven amount, or swap them around, have 3 that disagree, 1 that agrees, just so you're not sort of sitting in the fence and the examiner isn't sure, okay, so what is the ultimate resolution of the student? Do they agree or do they disagree? That's my response there. Hopefully it answers your question. Feel free to follow up if you'd like. How do you structurally answer a construction-based prompt? I'm not sure what you mean by structurally, but how you in general answer a construction-based prompt is to talk about metalinguistic features, filmic techniques, and literary devices. We had a slide with a bunch of examples there, like camera angles, alliteration, assonance. Symbolism is such a common one that a lot of students use, and just discuss them, right? Tie them to the ideas, themes, views and values, and characters like in the text. And that is basically it. That is you talking about a construction, a text construction, and a language device that's being used by the author to convey a certain idea. From what I know, there's 15 minutes of reading time and an hour of writing for each essay, correct? How do we effectively use this time to prepare for all 3 essays? I would personally use 15 minutes of reading time to read through most of the Section C article, the persuasive article, so that, again, like I said before, you can just start writing that essay once writing time starts. But also for the other 2 sections, sections A and B, they will have a prompt each, and it takes like less than a minute to read a prompt, to read a sentence. So it shouldn't take you that much time. Most of your reading time should be reading the Section C article. And like I've mentioned before, it can be useful. And again, this is up to you to experiment in your own time. How much time do I ideally need to plan my essays? Start with 15 minutes, then narrow it down to about 7 or 5, but maybe block out 5 minutes to plan your response for sections A and B, and section C if you want, but you know, some students like to analyze that on the fly or read it and analyze on the fly, which is, you know, an approach, but definitely plan for sections A and B. Dedicate about 5 or 7 minutes for each, and then aim to bang it all out in the 3 hours time, dedicating roughly an hour each. But anything can happen on exam day, and if you need to adapt to the time, you say, okay, I'm going to spend an hour on section C, but you end up spending more, then things need to shuffle there. You might need to cut out some more time from both other sections, or just not plan at all. It's up to you to make that judgment, and that judgment comes from you sitting practice exams and doing practice essays in your own time, so you get a feel for, oh, okay, I tend to waffle, or I tend to take longer to plan. That's why I'm going to give myself this amount of time in the exam. Is it true that the examiners don't mark your exam if it's illegible? This is a very technical question. Susan, are you?
I think this one, I'll write it down. We can ask Fiona this one as well. It'd be interesting to hear her. There were a few questions in there about handwriting, so I think it'll be interesting to hear her perspective as an examiner. I reckon Holly will answer this question and then move back to the content. I know that there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Sorry, everyone. But just for the sake of time, I think we'll make this one the last one, and we'll definitely come back and answer some more at the end.
Yep, definitely. So how do we avoid retelling the story? This is fantastic, and I think we'll address this in greater detail later on. We've got some slides on this. Analyzing instead of summarizing, but the key sort of tip to this, to avoid retelling the story, is to engage with as many sort of elements of the text as you possibly can. Don't just talk about the plot, although plot is sort of important. Talk about symbolism, talk about characters, talk about events and metalinguistic features as well. Talk about text construction. Talk about all these this huge variety of features rather than just the plot, and then talk about how and why. You know, why use the symbolism of a boat crumbling away on the shore? Because it points to this certain idea or notion. That's how you can avoid summarizing and actually analyze when you talk about how and why. Okay, these slides will be made available to you after today's session, so you don't need to worry too much about that. Let's go back to the slides and get into writing the essay. Okay, can I get a confirmation that it's loading, Susan?
Yep, it's just popped up. Perfect.
Awesome. All right, let's get started. So let's start with essay structure. This is a pretty common question I get from students, and how you really should approach writing your section A essay is to have an introduction. Obviously, that's crucial, it's imperative. 3 to 4 body paragraphs, conclusion, and that's it. I suggest writing about 800 to 1,000 words. That's around about what students write in their SAC as well. But again, anything can happen on the exam day, and if things change, you need to adapt your expectations and time limits for yourself according to how you perform and how much you write for each section. For the introduction, the structure is pretty simple. You need to start off with a broad statement introducing the text, the author's name, and the relevant themes. These are your absolutely bare basic sort of features of your introduction. And we'll sort of see perhaps an example of this later on. You also need to signpost each of your arguments in order. There should be arrows here, forgive me for that. But the reason why I've got this sort of this dual arrow here is because these two can come in any order. You can state your contention, which is absolutely necessary in an essay. You can state it first and then come in with your arguments after that, or start with your arguments, signpost each of them, the 3 or 4, depending on how many you choose to write, and then finish off your introduction with your contention and say ultimately, and then you sum up your arguments or your topic sentences. And there's the word ultimately there. You can also use therefore or other words that you really like to use to start or terminate your introductions. Here's an example of a high scoring introduction from the 2018 VCAR exam. And it's been color coded to show the distinction between the overview statement, argument 1, 2, 3, and the contention here. So you can see in this particular example, they've ended off with a contention, but it's so clearly segregated. And I've used coloring to really accentuate that here, because if you really look beyond sort of the words and the size of this introduction, it boils down to, 5 simple elements. Overview statement, introduce the name of the text, author, maybe a bit of historical, social, political context if you want to, and the genre of the text, and then come in with your signposted arguments. Notice how they use language to signpost, such as however, conversely, consequently, and thus. These show to the examiner that you are very clearly introducing a new idea. It makes everything super spelled out, super obvious, and concisely separated out. So you know that once you have hit the word however, this is sort of like a new idea being introduced here. It's for argument 2, body paragraph 2, and they have their contention, which is basically a summary of all of these arguments. Other approaches you can take towards writing the introduction can follow sort of these 3 frameworks I have here, because remember that everything we talk about in this presentation are tools, not rules. It's better to really consult either your teacher themselves or, examiner, like we have Fiona coming in today at the end of the presentation, to consult them about these really technical questions you have about structure and how many of this do we need? Is it good to do this? Whatever. But generally, if you have your contention, you're fine. Notice that in each of these three approaches, there's contention here, contention, contention. That's your response. You can't leave it out. So you may start with your contention, then go to arguments, start with context, then contention and arguments, sort of like I did before, or have context and then an extended contention like I did in the rear window example a few slides ago, where I had the raw and the refined. And I had started off with my contention and then sort of just built upon it a little bit more. I didn't go much into the context and 1950s America and whatnot. I just jumped straight into, okay, this is my argument. So overall, think about what makes most sense to you, experiment, play around with different approaches, and then stick to one that is most robust and comfortable for you to just use in the exam. All right. Here are some examples of introductions from past VCAR reports. This one is for Station 11. Here's the prompt up here. And this is an example of an introduction that a student wrote. Let's break this down. What's happening in this introduction? One of the key sort of things that is happening in this introduction that is actually low scoring, this is a low scoring, pardon me, this is a high scoring introduction, is that it's so concise. You might be looking at this and thinking, Holly, this is kind of short, there's not much in this introduction, like, is it enough? Have they done well? And their answer is yes, because as Susan mentioned before, VCAR examiners value quality over quantity. So let's break this down. Although Emily St. John Mandel's dystopic fiction may at first appear to be an indictment of the modern world, fantastic reference to authorial intent, Mandel's fiction is an indictment, although that's a noun. She's indicting the modern world. She's sort of condemning it, basically. The novel ultimately serves as a celebration of humanity. Nice reference to themes and views and values here, and the ability of the world to restore itself. The ability of the world to restore itself being another theme or view and value. Despite the difficult early years of the cataclysmic Georgia flu, the destruction of the present world ushers in a new order, in which the restoration of the human connection, art and nature are in some ways able to create a world better than that of before. This directly addresses and responds to the prompt above here that says Station 11 offers the hope that civilization will endure. Do you agree? And everything here is super relevant. There's nothing that doesn't relate to the notion of civilization and its endurance. So they've stayed relevant. They've stayed within the boundaries and the parameters of the prompt, and they've worded everything succinctly and concisely. And they haven't brought in specific examples, names of characters or instances within the text. They've kept everything conceptual and broad and related to the ideas only. The evidence and the more specific examples come later on. They don't belong in your introduction. They should appear in your body paragraphs. Here's an example of a middle high scoring response or introduction from the same exam report from Rear Window. Now, the difference between this introduction and the previous one is really the amount of analysis and talk, discussion, about authorial intent. So in here, you still notice things like Hitchcock positions the viewers to reflect upon the morality and indication, or a sort of a point towards the theme of morality and ethics in Rear Window. You have ultimately, and then the contention at the end of this introduction, but the main issue with this introduction that makes it middle scoring rather than high scoring is this sort of block of text up here. Set in the claustrophobic environment of a sweltering Manhattan apartment block, blah, 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 explores the life of its passively observant protagonist who is in a plastic cocoon. This is really just fluff because it's not actual direct analysis. You're not talking about authorial intent. You're not talking about filmic techniques used by Hitchcock to convey a certain idea. You're just saying that, okay, the film is from 1954. It's called this. It's about its main character is in a plastic cocoon because he injured himself and he's stuck in a wheelchair and he spends his days and nights watching the lives of his neighbors. Like that question I had not too long ago from Mentometer, this awesome question about examiners knowing their texts back to back and like the back of their hand really, really well. This introduction doesn't make use of that. It doesn't use that to its advantage and assumes that the examiner doesn't know the text. They do, and consequently, this whole sort of section from here to here isn't really relevant. It's just summarization of the text rear window that isn't needed. Here's another low scoring response from the same exam report. It's for the Golden Age. And it's in response to this prompt. In London's novel, to have a sense of belonging means everything, discuss. So many things to pull apart here, and I could spend quite a long time sort of deconstructing what's wrong about this introduction. But the main points to take away here are that, first of all, the student hasn't bothered to consider or add their own sort of twist or interpretation to the prompt. You'll notice that in the first sentence of this introduction, they've basically taken the prompt and just slapped it into their introduction word for word, verbatim. The idea of belonging means everything. That's technically not even grammatically correct, but it's just taken word for word from the prompt. They haven't added anything to it. They haven't placed any limitations. They haven't considered, okay, to what extent is this true? Does it mean everything or only in some cases? There's no hint of that anywhere in this introduction. That's mainly why it's low scoring. And scattered throughout the rest of this introduction are a bunch of grammatical and punctuation mistakes. They start this sentence with in which. That's not the right way to go. They use very informal language, like in order to help each other. Alternatively, they could have expressed this with words such as salvation or community or aid, but they just chose to say in order to help each other. Belonging is also explored. They've used very sort of vague language here. They could have alternatively placed an adverb before explored to indicate in what manner the author explores the texts and these ideas in the text, but they haven't done that. Explore in what way? Cynically explores, hopefully explores, critically explores. They haven't done that. And it's quite a general sort of overused language in essay writing as well. And they've also put in very explicit and specific examples in the last sentence of their introduction. They reference Hungary, the Golden Age, Elsa's Tower, and Frank's Bay Window, which really should appear in their body paragraphs, not their introduction.
Just on that note, Holly, a question just came through that was directly relevant, so I thought I'd bring it up. Someone was asking, in response to that, do we have to analyze in the introduction to get a high score? I just sort of wanted to reiterate that your introduction is signposting the analysis that will happen in your body paragraphs. But the introduction, you're not necessarily actually doing the analysis in your introduction. Like your contention will be there, and maybe your arguments will be there. And those are like, I guess, inherently analytical, but you're not actually like bringing in evidence and doing analysis in your introduction. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the signposting that really separates the introduction from the rest of the content in your essay. Fantastic question. Thank you for that. Let's move away from introductions now and get into body paragraphs. These are probably like the biggest fear of students as they do their Section A exam essay. But rest assured that there is nothing really more to body paragraphs than just teal. And a lot of you might have variations of this at your schools, or you've heard about it sort of a different way. But it all comes down to the same sort of bare basic idea that you structure your body paragraphs using this acronym. Teal stands for topic sentence, elaboration or explanation, evidence, and link. These two are sort of interchangeable. They can come about in any order. You can start with evidence first, then explain it. Regarding topic sentence, your topic sentence introduces or summarizes the argument, the essence of the argument that you will be covering in your paragraph. And it is mainly about the views and values of the author. Okay. And here's a wonderful topic sentence selected from last year's exam report about Station 11. And this is in response to a prompt about the endurance of civilization. The hope of the endurance and perseverance of civilization is revealed in the restoration of the natural world, which is revealed to be part of the cyclical world order. So the student understands that, first of all, I need to respond to this prompt, which is about this text offering hope that civilizations will endure past oppression or hardships and whatnot. And they relate it specifically to the natural world in the case of Station 11. And the connection between endurance and the natural world and perhaps the environment and nature. And they tie it to this sort of new notion, which you might not be familiar with if you don't read Station 11, you don't study it, it's not your text, but they've tied it to this, which I'm guessing is a very pertinent and relevant idea to civilization, is that this idea of the cyclical world order. Things repeat and go in cycles and come back to where they started again. Things restore themselves and restore balance at the end of the day or whatnot. So it's responding to the prompt, and it's talking about the ideas, the themes, views, and values relevant to that prompt. And it introduces the argument as well. It's a statement made by the student. Regarding elaboration and explanation, what you need to do here is to identify a part of the text where your idea is demonstrated and explain its significance. Why is the notion of perhaps, the male gaze really important in Rear Window? Explain the author's intentions, what they were trying to do by using this in the text. Why make the character do this or say this to another character? Why do that? Some students that I tutor say to me, Holly, that's a bit like argument analysis. I thought we were doing text response. And in a way, you are analyzing authorial intent in that same manner. It's the same sort of cognitive process, I guess, if you want to call it that, but it's technically not language analysis or argument analysis, because now you're analyzing it in context of a text, a textual construction, right? So here's the previous example, which was essentially the topic sentence, but now we've added the explanation to it. In a world in which modernity has fallen, Mandel celebrates the restoration, celebrates being an indication of authorial intent. I'm saying that Mandel is celebrating this idea using this verb, the restoration of the natural environment as a return to the world, a world in which there is balance between humanity and nature. So that's showing that you understand that Mandel is arguing this. She's celebrating or really highlighting the positive aspects of restoration of nature and the environment when the world returns to balance between humans and nature. Obviously, in your essay, you need to follow up and substantiate your arguments and explanations with evidence. And evidence comes in two forms: quotes, direct quotes from the text that demonstrate the idea that you're discussing, and text construction features, which is sort of like the unknown sort of cousin or sibling of quotes that nobody really knows and sort of ignores, but is equally important because it helps you achieve depth. And here's that same example with text construction features and quotes, both of them added to the example. So the student talks about Mandel's elegy, which is sort of like a specific term for, it's a specific literary device, and its connection to a theme, the globalized world. And they've used sort of embedded and integrated quotes in here, detritus, excess, and garbage, interspersed with poetic descriptions, another linguistic or literary device. And then wildflowers on the side of the road, blood-drenched world, all that stuff, which has been embedded inside the explanation / elaboration. A note here is to try and make your sentences flow naturally into the quotes, because shorter quotes are usually better than longer quotes, like excessively long sentences that you just memorize and just put into the essay. They're quite jarring to read. So my advice for integrating quotes is to shorten it, cut it down to only the key and most important elements of a quote, and then insert words before and after the quote to blend it into your sentences and explanations, to ensure fluidity throughout your entire essay. And it's not just like choppy that you go from explanation to a quote and then to explanation again. It's all molded sort of and blended into one fantastic thing. All right, finally, with linking sentences, they're by far the most simple part of your paragraphs, and it is effectively a sentence that reiterates or summarizes how the ideas that you've talked about in your paragraph and developed in your body paragraph link back to your topic sentence and the overall contention. Some students like to think of it as a summary, but the most important thing you need to remember for the linking sentence is that you need to mention what you have already mentioned in your topic sentence or contention. You need to link the ideas back in all the elaborations and explanations you did beforehand. In the previous slide, this would be the blue. Link those back to the contention and topic sentence to basically conclude or terminate your paragraph. Here's the example here. Therefore, by comparing the world of both pre and post-collapse, Mandel celebrates the ability of community as a facet of civilization to overcome adversity. Really nice, short, sharp and sweet, and just ends it there by summarizing all of the arguments that they sort of had before in the paragraph. And there's all of that put together for you. You can have more of a sort of detailed read of this paragraph in your own time to get an idea of how things are separated and structured, within a paragraph. And the color coding is there to help you out as well. What I've got on this slide is essentially the same thing. There's really nothing different between this paragraph and the one you saw before, except that this one's low scoring. It does use the same sort of color coding scheme to break it down, but you'll notice that according to this sort of color coding, the same color coding scheme, in this low scoring paragraph, there's just not much analysis. Green meaning quotes and textual evidence, there's just quotes everywhere. Quotes here, maybe retelling of the text, and not much blue. He's a very logical character, okay, but they haven't built on that. They've just gone and said that, oh, he enjoys the slippery mysteries of language and he studies a bunch of languages and he goes to Australia and sees these people. Okay, but what about that points to an idea? Why make him go to Australia? To make sense of the Cadigal people and their language. They're not showing any understanding of connection between the events in the novel and the ideas, the themes and views and values present. There's also no linking sentence here, which is not great to see, but the main problem with this is the absence or the lack of analysis coded in blue. There's some here and here, but they kind of just stop early and they don't build on it. They kind of leave the reader hanging and go on to provide more evidence and summarize. All right, let's wrap things up with sort of bring things to an end with conclusion. Your essay conclusion needs to be essentially a rewording of your introduction. You need to restate your contention but make it stronger. Don't use the same words. and copy and paste your contention, into your conclusion so that it appears twice in your essay. That's not a good practice. Reword it and paraphrase it. Make sure that in your conclusion, you are still referring to the themes and the views and values. Keep it conceptual and related to broad ideas, because beforehand, in the paragraphs, you've already brought in the evidence. You don't need to mention any evidence in your conclusion. Keep that in the body paragraph. So you can also make a reference to the conclusion of the text if you wish. Talk about how the text terminates on like a hopeful or grim or depressing note, and use that to frame your own conclusion. But that's one way to go about it. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. Here's an example. You've got the contention in yellow. Awesome. It's reworded. It's not word for word like the contention and in the introduction. You've got the conclusion, reference to that, the conclusion of the text. As Clark and Kirsten watch the pinpricks of light on the horizon, and then the views and values, going back to Mandel and what she or he does, and how they celebrate a world waking up from the darkness of the fall. Reference to views and values and themes here. So I know a lot of students are really they're really curious about the distinction and how to separate yourself from summary versus analysis. I'm aware there's a lot of text here. I'm not going to read it all. I just want to communicate the main points so that you can walk away from this and say, okay, this is what you do to analyze rather than summarize. I said this before, but the key to sort of summarizing, analyzing rather than summarizing, that should be a 2 here, sorry, is to 1, engage with all aspects of the text. Don't just talk about plot, talk about themes, views and values, characters, setting, context, and text construction, and even symbolism. Pull out everything you can that is relevant to the prompt, and don't just stick to plot. Second of all, discuss authorial intent. Understand that your books or movies, whatever you're studying, are constructions. They're woven together. They are elements woven together to create something, to communicate an idea. And it's up to you to, in your essays, break down and explain to the examiner what the author was trying or intending to do when they created this literary construct. Frame everything, well, not everything, goes back to that meme I posted on the newsfeed. Frame what is going on the text, as a deliberate decision, a deliberate and calculated decision by the author. That is key to talking about author's intent. And you'll see that sort of highlighted here. The distinction between this summary and this analysis is what's colored here. Grenville likens this conflict to killing a fly. Likens, nice verb that frames this quote, killing a fly, this event that has happened in the book, frames it as a deliberate decision that Grenville has used to emphasize the difference in power between the 2 young boys. This is the idea here, the difference in power, and to emphasize. There are plenty more examples of this later on in this same paragraph. The same paragraph that makes it an analysis rather than the one on the left, which is summary, that just recounts events from the text without explaining why or what the author is doing and their intentions behind a certain quote or event in the text. Okay. That was a very sort of quick and sort of like detailed run through of writing in the analytical text response, but it's time to move on to comparative text response, part 1, reading and comparing, which Susan's going to take us through. So I'll pass over to her and stop screen sharing.
Awesome. All right. I actually think before we get into comparative, I have a few other questions that are coming through on the Mentometer. Instead of sharing my screen and going through them, I might just do a few quick fire questions and we can answer them together, Holly, just to get the text response questions out of the way. The first one is, how should you separate each paragraph? Are themes too generic? I would say short answer, no, themes aren't too generic as long as they're connected to more sophisticated ideas. So Awesome. Thanks for that, Holly. So if the essay question is, how does this text explore loneliness? And your 3 topic sentences are, it explores loneliness through the theme of love. It explores loneliness through the theme of friendship. It explores loneliness through the theme of isolation. That's pretty generic. That's not quite what they're looking for. But if you have like more sophisticated ideas based on the author's views and values around those 3 themes, that's totally fine. Would you agree, Holly?
Yeah, absolutely, Susan.
Awesome. The next question, I think it's going to come up next on your screen. Yes. I was told never to write a character-based essay as it doesn't portray sophistication. How do you not write a character-based essay when it is a character-based prompt? So I think what's happening here, which is totally true, is that this student has been told not to write an essay on one character. And that's absolutely correct. If you're limiting all your examples to just the protagonist, for example, it won't be sophisticated enough. What happens though when we get a character-based prompt? For example, the lieutenant explores the protagonist Rook's moral conflict. We know that our contention ultimately has to come back to that character because it's in the essay prompt. That's really what the central focus of our essay is. So if it's a character-based prompt, we have to make sure our topic sentences and our contention refer back to the characters or character mentioned. That doesn't mean we can't use other examples. That doesn't mean that we can't, talk about how the plot demonstrates certain things about the character. That doesn't mean that we can't compare these characters, depictions across different settings. That doesn't mean we can't bring more text construction techniques into it. That doesn't mean we can't talk about symbols. We can't talk about the climax of the plot. All that kind of stuff you will still need to talk about just as you would in any other essay. It's just that your contention will kind of focus on that character. I hope that makes sense.
Awesome.
Cool. This is an interesting question. I haven't had this one before. This came up a few times. Is it okay to undertake a perspective in a paragraph? For example, feminist. There was one that was talking about Marxist lenses as well, which I know is something that you do in literature. So I think that's where the confusion might be. Literature is so awesome, and I wish I'd studied it in high school because you get to do this thing called critical lenses, where a lens like, Marxist lens, feminist lens, I can't remember what the other ones are, and you essentially analyze your texts from that perspective. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with English. Nowhere in the English study design, it's just not really relevant at all. So I would advise against doing that. If what you've learned in literature about feminism, helps you analyze your texts, certainly use that knowledge. But no, you can't really write specific paragraphs through certain lenses. I hope that makes sense. Awesome. I think we've answered this question. Did you want to say anything else on this, Holly?
No, not really. My the key takeaway is to don't prioritize rote learning quotes. Just write with them as much as possible. That's the best way to remember quotes. In terms of memorizing paragraphs, that's probably not the best sort of approach because during exam season, you're also doing other subjects other than English. And for those subjects, you might, if you're doing like a humanities subject, like legal studies, or I don't know, like business management, per se, you might have a lot of content to remember. And you don't really want to be spending that much brain power remembering quotes that you could just help yourself remember instead of rote learn by just writing with them as much as possible. It'll really tire you out and take away a lot of your precious revision time. So just write with quotes rather than just memorizing quotes by themselves. Can you talk about literary devices and structure in all essay questions, if relevant, or only for how-based prompts? Fantastic question. The answer is that you can write about literary devices and text construction in any type of prompt, as long as that device is used to show or convey or showcase an idea that pops up in the essay prompt. So if your essay prompt is about memory, and you know that in your text, there's a use of flashbacks, then you can tie the use of flashbacks as a device to the theme of memory, even though it might not have the word how in there. And you're sort of like, oh, wait, like, okay, I'm barred from talking about text construction because there's no how word in here. That's not the case. If it's related to an idea that you can talk about that pops up in the prompt, definitely talk about literary devices, even if there isn't a how word in your prompt, because it allows you to achieve sophistication and depth.
That's an excellent way of putting it. Thanks, Holly. I reckon we'll answer this one and then I'll move on to comparative so we have enough time.
Awesome. How would we embed a quote in the introduction? The answer to that is, like, I wouldn't necessarily put a quote in the introduction unless the quote has appeared in the prompt itself, like we mentioned before. How to embed it is, I would approach it like this. Cut down the quote into its sort of raw parts or the most relevant parts. If it's in the prompt, then you should really use the whole thing. But then ask yourself, what kind of words or phrases can I place before and after the quote to blend it and give it sense and context, to sort of effectively blend it into the explanation. So for example, Jeff's plaster cocoon and Jeff's plaster cocoon is a testament to his emasculation or lack of power and dynamics in his relationship with Lisa. Then in that case, the word that you've placed in front of the quote is Jeff's, right? Because it allows it to make sense. Jeff's plaster cocoon points to this, and that, rather than plaster cocoon points to this, and that. It allows it to make sense, first of all, and then places it within a context. You could have other variations, such as the main protagonist's plaster cocoon, but it's the same idea there. It doesn't really change. All right.
Awesome.
I'll hand back to you, Susan. I'll stop sharing and you can kick off comparative.
All right, let's get into some comparative. Okay, just wanted to add on to that question about analytical text response as well. To sort of summarize what Holly was saying, if you want to include a quote in the introduction, which you would only do if it was in your prompt, don't try and force it in. You don't have to. Only if you can integrate it into one of your topic sentences. That's sort of what I would say. That's the only way, or maybe like the context. That's the only way it's going to naturally fit in, because I wouldn't put a quote in your contention because that's going to be a bit awkward. So if you can embed it in like one of your topic sentences that you're signposting in your introduction, then do it. If you can't, use it somewhere else. But you should use it because, as Holly and I like to say, it's a free quote, you know, and it's the most relevant quote you're going to get because it's literally there with the prompt. So you should definitely use it. Okay. Comparative, we're not going to spend too long on this because, as we see in this table, a lot of the skills are actually the same. Obviously, the one sort of new skill that VCAA wants you to demonstrate in comparative is identifying meaningful connections between the two texts, and also identifying and analysing similarities and differences. That's probably the main thing that's, you know, really, really important to remember with comparative text response. According to VCAA, comparative means similarities and differences. So any essay you write that's comparative will have to include both. It's not comparative, according to VCAA, if you only talk about similarities, for example. So it's really important to remember that. Another thing that's really different about comparative, as we can see on this slide, is that the prompts that you get will look different, the essay prompts. You will remember from just a while ago when Holly was speaking, the types of essay prompts we get in single text response are things like discuss, do you agree, to what extent, and all of that kind of stuff. We actually don't get those types of prompts in comparative text analysis. You might sometimes see them from your teachers or online, but if you go back and look at the exams from the past sort of 4 or 5 years, they don't give you any prompts like that for comparative. Instead, what they ask you to do is just compare. So there's no question to answer. You're not being told to discuss or evaluate. You're just being told to compare. which means it's like slightly different the way that you'll approach coming up with arguments and things like that. All right. In terms of actually analysing your texts comparatively, I like to think about it like this. So essentially, your texts have been paired together because they share the same themes. I'm sure all of you in school will have discussed like the common themes between your texts. A lot of essay prompts will focus around themes as well, and all that kind of good stuff. Basically, after that, everything else is up for comparison. It can be similar or it can be different. So they might have the same rough views and values about their respective themes. They might be different. Obviously, they will use different plot characters and settings, to convey these themes and ideas. There may be some subtle differences, some subtle similarities as well. It's the same with text construction. So really all of this stuff is stuff you want to be comparing in your essays. That's why, similar to text analysis, it's really, really important to organize your notes by theme if you can for comparative, because that's sort of the main thing that's uniting these texts. And even if you don't get a theme-based prompt in your exam, the themes will still kind of be relevant to the prompts. Like themes are just these really broad ideas that will always make its way into your exam. So already sort of linking your evidence together by organizing your notes by theme really helps you to much better prepare for the exam. And by making like quote banks like this, you're already analyzing by literally deciding, oh, what's similar here? What quotes, what ideas, what, textual evidence from each text fits under this theme. I found this kind of like quote bank or, sort of note format really, really helpful when I was studying for my exams. Okay, I'm just going to go through a few things that I'd like you to think about comparing that I think will set you up really well for coming up with some really good ideas and, writing really sophisticated essays. So first of all, you'll remember we just talked about views and values in single text response. For comparative text response, it's really, really important to think about how the author's respective views and values are similar or are different. This is similar to text response. This is where most of your topic sentences and like contentions and ideas are going to come from, because views and values are these like moral message type sentences that just essentially just make for a great topic sentence. So I found it really useful, like while I was going back and revising my texts, to sort of just keep writing sentences basically that I thought summed up the author's views and values. And then you can come back and refer to these and look the similarities and differences between them. Venn diagrams are great for like mapping this out if you like doing that stuff visually too. So I've got an example here for Ransom and the Queen, which is one of the pairings. These are three kind of views and values that I came up with. So first of all, both these texts have the view and value that changing oneself is necessary for personal growth. That already sounds like a great topic sentence to me. Secondly, they also share the view and value that sometimes the only way one's goals can be achieved is by changing the way things have been traditionally done. Awesome. Third sentence, I've noticed that there's actually a discrepancy or a difference between their views and values. While Maloof asserts some things are destined to happen and cannot be changed, this is not so much the case in Frere's modern day society. So really good to think about where their views and values come together and where they're different as well. Very obvious, but we want to make sure we're talking about the plot in our essays and not just describing it or summarizing it, but thinking about the specific elements of the plot that might be different or similar between your texts. Think about comparing specific major events. See if you can tease out any subtle similarities or differences between them. Think about the climax. Think about the denouement, which is the sort of spot where the text wraps up and concludes. Think about like the structure of the narrative. Is it a linear narrative? Are the events presented in chronological order? Is there a subplot? Is there any conflict? And of course, think about the similarities and differences between how these appear in both texts. Of course, characters are a great sort of point for comparison as well. And I actually feel like it's a great activity to just kind of pick a random character from text A, pick a random character from text B, chuck them in a Venn diagram and see what ideas you can come up with. obviously, you'll be doing a lot of comparing of like the protagonists of each text and the side characters. But when you actually force yourself to compare two like random characters, sometimes you can actually come up with some more unique and interesting ideas. The Venn diagram I've got here on the screen is obviously comparing the protagonists from Reckoning and the Namesake, sort of gives you an idea of how you might go about that. But I would really encourage you to just, get a random name generator or something, pop the characters' names in, and literally just force yourself to come up with interesting and new comparisons. Relate it to your themes and see if there's anything you can tease out. Setting is a really, really interesting basis for comparison. What's great about it is that obviously your texts automatically have different settings. They're different texts, so it's very, very unlikely that they're set in the exact same like world and country and everything like that. So this can be a really, really interesting aspect to focus on when comparing. Take a similarity between the texts, like a theme or a view and value or an event, and look at how this plays out differently depending on the different setting. I have another example from Ransom and the Queen here, which basically talks about how both have very similar themes of leadership and change and things like that. However, the views and values around leadership and change is quite different, because in Ransom, there's ancient Greek gods who essentially control the character's fate. Whereas in the Queen, it's just set in like 1990s England. There's no such thing as Greek gods who are controlling fate. So those characters have a lot more control over their lives. So even though there's very similar stuff happening in the texts, like the characters of Ransom are inherently held back by their setting. That's something that can be really interesting to explore in a body paragraph. Another interesting to think about is text construction, and actually comparing text construction like elements. So you might want to think about between your two texts, how can similar ideas be demonstrated through different structural elements? Or vice versa, how can the same sort of structural elements create different effects, essentially? One example that I've just put here is that, maybe the film you're watching has a low angle shot or like camera angle. And the novel you're comparing it with uses short sentences. You could compare these scenes and say both of these techniques make protagonists appear scared and belittled, even though they're actually vastly different. Have a think about this when you are analysing your texts. All right, we're going to do a little bit of a mentometer activity now, just to give us a break from talking at you for hours on end and chill out a little bit. So I'm going to swap back over to mentometer now. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen and bring mentometer up. And basically, I'm just going to ask you to pop in the names of any text construction features you can think of. We're going to do a bit of a word cloud just to brainstorm. If you can, think about the specific ones in your texts. All right. That should be ready to go. So think about the ones that you've studied in your texts. Think about literary devices, think about film techniques. Name as many as you can and chuck them in the mentometer. We'll see how we go. Awesome. Lots of great responses already. We've got a lot of film ones here I can see. Aerial views, mise en scene, lighting, diegetic sounds. Awesome. Parallel editing. Oh, I love it. We've got someone's put in some examples of text types as well. Memoir and Bildungsroman. That's really, really interesting. That's another good point, actually. It can be really good to know the specific genre or text type of your texts and compare that. Soliloquy, great one for plays, absolutely. Headshot, flashbacks, polyphonic narrative, love it. Chapter structure, absolutely. That's something I used to comment on in my single text response, actually. So I did the lieutenant, and I would talk about like the chapter titles and how they sort of represented the character's growth. So that's something you can do as well. Metaphors, stage directions, yes. Metaphors will pretty much be in every single text, so you can definitely try and insert those into any essay you write. Stage directions are really, really excellent for plays, absolutely. Close-up shot, performance elements. Oh, I love it. Interspersed narratives, amazing. Symbolism, imagery, yeah, those are the really big ones that will pretty much, again, pop up in any text. All right. I'm going to swap back over to the slides now, but well done. Really, really great work. We've got so many interesting ones there. Keep presenting my slides. I've got a little list here on the slides for you, but I think your list that you just made went beyond this. So definitely I'd encourage you to refer back to the recording or the resources after this to write down some of those. If there were any new ones you haven't heard of, go and look into them and see if they apply to your texts. Here are a few sort of text construction techniques that I've sort of put together for you. Awesome. Okay. Let's move on. So, all right. So why is it important to engage with all these different aspects of the text and actually, not just compare the plot? Basically, it's because this is how you do sophisticated comparison. We've got a quote here from the 2017 examination report, where basically the examiners said, while it is useful to employ terms such as similarly, in contrast, mirroring this, these in themselves are not comparison. So basically, you can't just write about text 1, insert the word similarly, and then write about text 2. You do actually need to tell us what the similarities are. Why are the characters similar? Why are the settings similar or different? How does this affect the plot? All of that kind of stuff, you need to actually tell us what the similarities are. We're going to look at some more like sentence starters and something in a second, but here are some like just little words, a vocabulary list to get you started. It's good to have a few sentence starters to rely on, so you're not just writing similarly, in contrast, similarly. There's also heaps of these resources available online as well. This is really interesting. I put this slide in here and it relates to the questions we were getting before. This is important because VCEA wants you to reflect authentic ideas about the text. It seems to me, from analysing the 2020 examination report from last year, that there was perhaps an increase in students memorising essays or copying all of their ideas out of study guides and things like that, which is fine to an extent. Well, memorising essays isn't really. It's fine to not be a genius and like come up with completely original ideas about the texts, but they don't really want to see word for word arguments that they've already read 50 times before. So reflecting your own authentic ideas about the text, that will come through if you've done your own brainstorming, just like I talked about before. Pick out 2 random characters, see what similarities and differences you can find between them. Look at other people's essays and, study guides for inspiration, then see how you can combine those ideas in a unique way. As we spent a long time discussing in text response, comparative text response is no different. You need to answer the entire essay prompt. So pretty much all of the stuff we went through before applies here. You will need to break down the prompt, make sure there isn't a single word that you're missing. Make sure you've identified the implications of the prompt. The only difference, obviously, is that you don't really need to look out for those key terms like discuss and to what extent, because you don't usually get those in comparative so much. And comparative won't necessarily invite as much interrogation of the prompt. It's more about the quality of your comparisons. We'll get into that very soon when we look at essay structure and writing. As before, though, you'll roughly find that the essay prompts you get can be grouped into 3 types. Theme-based prompts mean that your arguments need to center around the themes and ideas. Character-based prompts, again, will ask you either about specific characters or just characters in general. Doesn't mean that you can't use examples that aren't characters. It just means that they have to feature, or rather, those characters have to feature in your contention. Everything has to link back to them because that's what the prompt is asking. And again, as we saw in text response, you will get construction-based prompts. We know that because we know that they're construction-based because we see how and we see a verb that's describing what the author is doing. All right. Again, like I said before, you will not usually get those discuss to what extent questions. Usually the essay prompts will look something like this. Compare how, or compare the exploration of insert theme here, insert idea here. It's roughly pretty much going to look like that. You can go back and look at the past exams from, the past 5 years, and you'll notice that pretty much all of the comparative prompts roughly fall into this sort of format. So again, that sort of means it's a bit trickier to come up with topic sentences and contentions because you're not really answering a question. You're more, I guess, obeying an instruction, if you want to put it that way. So what I find can be really, really helpful is sort of coming up with your individual ideas or arguments first that sort of relate to this theme or idea that you're being asked about, and then come up with your contention, which essentially summarizes the similarities and differences that you're talking about. Because you're not answering a question like, to what extent, or do you agree? You're being asked to compare. So then your contention necessarily needs to sort of provide a bit of a summary of your comparison. If you're stuck, a really useful framework can be this: although blank, ultimately blank. So although similarities, ultimately differences, or although differences, ultimately similarities. Using this vocabulary can really, really help with articulating your ideas and summing up, similarities and differences. Obviously, if using this framework, you want to make sure that whatever you think is the most important goes after the ultimately. So if you're writing although similarities, ultimately differences, that's implying that the differences are more important or more prominent than the similarities in relation to the prompt. I hope that makes sense. Feel free to send through your questions if you have any worries at all about that. For now, though, I think I'll pass on to Holly, who's going to talk about comparative writing. And then straight after that, we will get into exam strategy.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Susan. I will show you now, and let's get into part 2 of comparative writing the essay. Okay, this is probably thinking comparatively about your two texts is a different beast to tame to actually writing the essay, because I say to a lot of my tutoring students that in comparative, a lot of people are scared of, a lot of VCE students are scared of comparative because you're very much juggling analysis. And it is okay to be intimidated by that, but we're going to break that down for you and walk you through that sort of process later on. Before we get to that though, how do we actually write paragraphs, structure them, sequence sentences and whatnot? Let's start with planning, because we started with planning first when we talked about text response. Planning is equally important for your comparative text response, section B of the exam. You need to lay out your ideas really clearly ahead of you so that you have them down on paper and you're not sort of like wiggling and wobbling around everywhere. You're kind of going sidetracked and you're introducing waffle. You need to stay on the ball, okay? So with regard to essay planning, I want to issue a disclaimer because there's no right or wrong way to write an essay plan. Like I said before, no one sees it. It goes in the bin afterwards. The assessor doesn't even touch it. So what you are seeing here are simply suggestions for a plan. There's no concrete way to write a plan. It's written for you, by you, for you only. So with that said, keep things brief. You won't have all the time in the world to write your plan during the exam. You'll only really have like 5 to 7 minutes. You give yourself that time. And again, that time, however much you need, is up to you to figure out in the lead up to the exam as you write more and more and practice more and more. But keep it brief. Write in dot points. Draw arrows and symbols, use abbreviations if you need to just save time and room and space. Stick to raw ideas only. You're not writing your essay now, you're writing a plan for it. So your ideas don't have to be fully fleshed out. They can be raw for you to refine later on when you actually write the essay. Stick to dot points. You may color code your explanations and evidence if you want. It's up to you. It can look however you want. It can be super neat or, as messy as you want. Essentially, it doesn't really matter. How long should I take to write my plan? That's a common question I get from students. And again, my advice is the same. Start off by giving yourself lots of time, so around 15 minutes to write down, a brief plan, and then reduce that time. Put more and more pressure on yourself to the point where you think, 5 minutes is enough. You can't really write a plan in 2 or 3 minutes unless you're like superhuman, I guess. But narrow down that time to emulate that exam environment as much as possible. Start with 15, then narrow it down to 10, then 7, then 5, and see how you go. This is sort of a personal study tip from me, and it helped me so much in year 12 that I decided to dedicate an entire slide to it. If you're a tutoring student of mine and of Susan's as well, if you attend our weekly classes, you'll have seen these before, but for most of you, this might be a new thing. So let me break it down for you. What I like to do in year 12 was to sit down and obviously plan my comparative essays before I started writing them. But before I actually started planning my content, writing down my topic sentences, my introduction perhaps, some evidence, a few analytical points, and maybe even my conclusion. Before I planned the content of my essay, I wrote down what I like to call pre-planned questions. They're questions I asked of myself and wrote for myself to direct my analysis and sort of form this sort of general direction of what core concepts I want to establish in my paragraphs, what kind of key ideas do I want to touch on in my essay. So this is what I did. On the paper, I jotted down some questions which explore the themes and implicit ideas suggested by the prompt. I've got two examples here, I'll read one out because the second one follows the exact same thought process. For the prompt of Stasi-Land, both Stasi-Land and Never Let Me Go examine what it means to be human discuss. This was written by my teacher. I sat down and asked myself, okay, obviously I've highlighted the key words here, what it means to be human. Those are the two key words here. And I sat down and asked myself, okay, what are some questions I can get started for myself to start thinking in this sort of mindset, to start thinking within this sort of frame about humanity and dehumanization and what it means to be human, biological parameters and stuff like that. I listed about 3 or 4. I didn't write any more than that because, again, you want to start actually planning your content. You don't really want to write like 10 questions. That just takes too much time. It's a bit too much, biting off too much, more than you can chew. So here are some examples. How does each author define humanity? Is it biological, physiological, or rather emotional/spiritual? What is at the heart of the human experience? Whoops. These are all questions related to this prompt about what it means to be human in these two texts. Additionally, I also asked myself, how are the characters dehumanized? And this personally, because I'm familiar with these two texts, obviously you would do the same for your pairing. I thought about text construction and the use of language and the use of language, capitalization, and ambiguous language in both texts to sort of mystify and distort concepts, to dehumanize characters. What does that say in turn about the perseverance of humanity in the face of tyranny? These are all conceptual questions. Notice how they're linked to ideas. Humanity, physiological, human experience, dehumanized, perseverance, tyranny. They're all sort of broad. Nowhere do they mention names. Nowhere do they mention quotes or places or events. They're about the ideas. That's what I mean by pre-planned questions and their ability to frame your discussion or direct it in some way so that you know before writing your essay what kinds of concepts you want to touch on inside your essay. And the same has been done here for Stasiland in 1984. I've written 3 questions there that, follow the same process. And, this might be something that you want to do in your sort of own study time and during your revision plan for English. Give it a go and see whether these work for you or not. Now, you've seen this slide before because it's very similar to text response, but in any sort of essay about a text or a book or a movie, you need a contention. A contention is crucial. It's essential to your essay because it's really the essence of your response. It's your response to the question being asked of you. So like always, your contention is a general overarching statement that answers the prompt. It responds to it in its entirety. It doesn't respond to parts of it. It doesn't dismiss parts of it and sweeps them under the rug or twists the prompt. It responds to the prompt on the paper and relates to both texts. This is sort of different to text response because in text response you had the one text to respond to, but now your contention must relate to both texts, the pairing, because it is comparative. Okay, now let's move on. We had this sort of come up before. Susan, I think, was just so excited. She really wanted to share this awesome framework with you that she just put it ahead of the slides. But it's made an appearance again. And this is so robust. We give this to our students during tutoring as well. If you're stuck and you don't know how to write your contention, you can either follow this sort of framework or that framework, where in this one, you're placing more emphasis on the differences. You're sort of foregrounding them, if that's a word, or highlighting them. Or conversely, in the second example, you're talking about the differences, you're acknowledging them, but you're placing more emphasis and importance on the similarities. There's an example there for reckoning and the namesake, where you've got the similarities mentioned first, and then ultimately the differences sort of prevail, or they're more like they're sort of emphasized to a higher degree. With regard to essay structure, it's quite similar to text response. You obviously need an introduction, 3 to 4 body paragraphs, and a conclusion. In your introduction, you need a broad statement introducing the 2 texts, their names, obviously, the author's names, and the relevant themes, very similar to text response. You also need to signpost each of your arguments in order, nothing different from text response there. And finally, state your contention. That's the most important part of your introduction. And you might choose to use some words like therefore, hence, thus, or ultimately, to sort of frame and give your introduction a bit more structure. Inside your broad statement, this is a bit sort of like a checklist of things you should include inside your broad statement. I mentioned before that you definitely need to introduce the names of the texts and the authors that wrote them or directed them. You need, it's good practice to mention their text types. Is it a historical fiction, a polyphonic narrative from the mentometer that we heard from not that long ago? That one was really good. A Bildungsroman, or simply a film. Introduce also the settings. Where is it set? Is it set in 1980s Manhattan, or is it set in New Delhi, India during this time period? Introduce the setting and or the political, the political, social or historical context, and then talk a bit about how they are similar or different, because usually, although your texts cover the same or similar themes, they might have starkly different settings and contexts. Also, this is essential, introduce the main themes and views and values relevant to the prompt, but do this subtly because you'll be able to do that in more detail in the body paragraphs. This is sort of like a hint where you're sort of like dipping your toes into the water, so you don't have to go in massive depth because that will elongate your introduction, which you should ideally keep short, sharp, and sweet, but you should mention them nonetheless. As a general rule, try to avoid doing these things. try to avoid mentioning any specific examples, such as names of characters or names of places, or like specific recounts of events that happen in the text. Those should come into your body paragraphs later on, not in your introduction. Don't mention anything that isn't relevant to the essay prompt. I think this is very evident by now that if you are introducing something that has nothing to do with the essay prompt, you're wasting time and a lot of precious writing space. It's just not helpful to you. Also avoid using generic statements like "this essay discusses" or the positive impacts. Positive impacts can entail really anything. You need to be super precise and explicit with your descriptions. So brush up on your adjectives and adverbs. Cynically explores, or hopefully examines the implications of blah, 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 you know, rather than simply like "this discusses." Well, in what manner? In what way? In what light? That's what you have to sort of be more specific about when you avoid generic statements like this. Here are two examples. I'll go through one only, that two broad statements that include exactly what, you know, VCAR assessors are looking for and what you should include in your broad statements inside introductions. Rosalie Hams, there's the author's name, comedy drama, there's the genre of the text, the dressmaker, the name, and Arthur Miller, the same thing, author, name, allegorical play, genre of the text, name of the text, both explore. Personally, I'd put probably an adverb there, but that's more of a personal thing. You could do without, but it's really up to you. You may follow up with, you know, more in-depth and insightful analysis, and this is sort of like only a starter or a taste. Both explore how societal expectations, themes, views and values can lead individuals to exploit others. There's the view and value there. Personally, you know, you might be noticing that this one's missing sort of context and setting. So in that case, it doesn't really tick all the boxes, but it ticks most of them, and this will get you by. Obviously, this isn't the entire introduction. It's just the broad statement at the beginning that introduces sort of like the texts, who wrote them and whatnot. And then you come in with your contention and signposted topic sentences later on. So this isn't all there is to it. There's more after this, which would probably address things in greater detail. Same goes for this one up here.
We're getting a few questions coming through about paragraph structure, Holly. So it might be best to just quickly go through the rest of the introduction and then go through paragraph structure so we can do that and then get time for the VCAA assessor questions as
absolutely.
Well. Awesome.
Yep, awesome. So after that, you need to signpost your arguments. It's pretty similar to text, not comparative, analytical text response. Make sure that you are using sentence starters such as therefore, hence, thus, ultimately, consequently, these things that really give you robust sentence structure to indicate, okay, I am starting a new sentence with a new idea here, and it makes everything super spelt out and obvious for the examiner when they read it. This is when synonyms can come in handy. Make sure that you collate resources and notes before the exam to equip yourself sufficiently equip yourself for expression and sophisticated expression when you come to write your essays, and always be as succinct as possible. Cut out any irrelevant expressions or material that just has nothing to do with what you're arguing or the prompt. Here are some benefits of signposting. They help with your logical they help with logical and clear structure. They help distinguish your arguments from each other and make sure they're separate and not one sort of giant argument that you've split into 4 paragraphs, but they're all sort of the same thing. And make sure that your arguments consider both texts. After all, it is comparative. It's not just text response. So you need to comment on both texts at the same time. Let's quickly go through this example introduction. I won't read this out, but what I want to make apparent to you all is just the division of overview statement, arguments, and in here, there's no contention, but later on we will see the contention. Again, it's signposted super clearly. You can see each sentence is sort of segregated very clearly by color and also, by words in both texts. That starts us off. And then afterwards, you have the word additionally, that signposts it, and finally also signposts the third argument there. Here's one where I've gotten the previous example and just put in a contention. Again, you have your signposters, nothing's changed, except now they terminate the introduction with the contention, which they also signpost with the word ultimately. Everything's super clear, nothing's ambiguous or convoluted, because everything has been signposted super clearly by these sentence starters, these really useful words that you should be putting in your notes before the exam. You've seen this before. There's many ways to approach the introduction. You can have a contention and then arguments, or context and then contention and arguments, or context and then an extended contention where you build upon and elaborate on your contention. Just choose the one that you're most confident and comfortable with, because introductions can really take any form in the exam. There's no one correct way to write an introduction. This is an example, a high scoring example that has also been sort of color coded for your understanding that you can read through in your own time. We've seen previous examples which follow like a similar structure. This one is also a really good example. It's high scoring, but I will leave this to you, the viewers, to break down and read through in your own time. Extra points and bonus points if you do Stasi-Land and Never Let Me Go as well, because this is for that pairing. Let's get into essay structure. So there are many ways that you can approach structuring your essays. This is probably the most common English question like Susan and I get from students. So let's just demystify things right now. There are three most common or sort of main ways you can structure your comparative essay in section B. You can choose to do one text at a time, where you basically dedicate like the first half of your essay to one text, second half to the other text, or you can alternate between them. So write one paragraph about one text and then alternate, or you can do an integrated or woven approach. I've seen some students mention that in the mentometer. But regardless of the approach you take, whether it be 1, 2, or 3, you still need to compare. You still need to analyze and explain the similarities and differences and the connections, the points of connection between the two texts. All right, that is your analysis there. So here's a visual depiction of each approach to essay structure. You've got one at a time, alternating block, and integrated here. And for the first half of your essay for one text at a time, you just do that for text A, second half for text B, and then the last sort of paragraph, if you write 5 paragraphs, you write simultaneous analysis, I guess, where you are addressing both texts. That's probably the least sophisticated and least advised and encouraged for sort of essay structure, because really you're only writing one body paragraph where you're directly and explicitly comparing the two, whereas these two is just like, these two are really just indications of a text response here, a text response here, and then one paragraph where you're comparing. So you can do this. You won't necessarily be punished for it in the exam, but it doesn't lead to the most effective and insightful analysis. Susan and I usually encourage our students to do either alternating block or integrated, because that allows, well, it facilitates comparison more than this approach does. In alternating, you start with one text for one paragraph, and then in the next paragraph, you go to the other text, and then you go back and forth and back and forth. You may choose to write 4 or 6, just keep the amount of paragraphs even so that you are dedicating an equal amount of discussion to each text. Alternatively, you can write in a woven or integrated manner, where for each paragraph, you are talking about both texts at the same time. And we'll see sort of an example of what this may look like in later slides. This essentially summarizes exactly what I said beforehand. So there's a bit more detail here, but I covered everything beforehand on the previous slide. And one text at a time isn't the most sophisticated structure to go with in year 12. I think everyone in this webinar is more than capable of writing more sophisticated content and structure than that. So in alternating, obviously you alternate between text A and B, and you may choose for the first 2 paragraphs to dedicate it to one idea, one distinct idea, and then for the next 2, dedicate it to a second idea. So one might be connection. The theme of connection is idea 1, and then idea 2 might be identity, because it's also mentioned in the prompt and you want to discuss it with relations to the 2 texts. Here's an example of an alternating approach. In paragraph 1, they've kept it mainly, exclusively actually to the first text because it's all color-coded in red. Notice here how purple is basically content or a sentence that relates to the 2 texts. You might find it useful to insert or sort of slip in subtle sentences that compare and are actually about 2 texts despite alternating. But most of the paragraph, you can see that the bulk of the paragraph is actually only about text 1, and same goes for text 2 here. It's all blue, and then you've only got little hints of purple here where they're actually directly compared. So this is paragraph 1 and 2. 3 and 4 would look exactly the same, where 3 is only about red, about text A, and 4 is only about text B, and then you have your conclusion. Integrated, on the other hand, which is my personal favorite, means that within a paragraph, so just looking at one paragraph here, you are discussing both texts at the same time. So notice how, even though we start off sort of wedging, my student calls it like a sandwich, like an ice cream sandwich, I guess, where the 2 layers here, the top and bottom, are about both texts. It's coded in purple. Inside your body paragraph, you are alternating between text A and B within a paragraph. So for paragraph 2, 3, and 4, if you choose to write 4 paragraphs, they would look exactly like this, where you might choose to talk about both in the topic sentence. Well, you should actually, in your topic sentence, it needs to relate to both texts. And then you talk about A, B, you do that for a little bit, you alternate and switch between them, and then conclude and link your paragraph to the contention by talking about both. Oh, there's the linking sentence there. Yeah. So like I said before, Susan and I really do advocate for either alternating block approach or integrated approach. Try to stay away from one text at a time, unless that's the only thing you're comfortable with and you're convinced that you can't write with any other structure. Okay. We've seen teal before. It popped up in text response, but it's really all the same in comparative text response as well. Teal, which stands for topic sentence, explanation, evidence, and link, should definitely be, the way you think about approaching structuring your body paragraphs. And here is an example. You start off with your topic sentence, which is color-coded in yellow here. It's broad, it's conceptual, it's related to both texts, and it's about the themes and the ideas rather than actual evidence and specific quotes. And then you come in with your analysis, which is coded in blue here. This is a particularly nice paragraph because you can see it's sort of filled to the brim. It's chock-a-block full of analysis, which you can see with the abundance of blue here. And then this student has also integrated textual evidence, even long after the fall of the Iron Curtain. Like children to be told which way to go, they are left without agency. Okay, and they do that for the rest of their paragraph until they want to terminate it. They're like, okay, I've finished writing my paragraph, I'd like to stop and start a new one. Then they write their linking sentence. Both individuals, through their mistreatment, are made to believe that they are the opposite of what their respective authors posit them to be, humans. Okay, so that's pretty much integrated structure. Within a paragraph, you are weaving analysis into your writing. Basically, you are analyzing both at the same time. Within a paragraph, I've got two examples. You've got two sort of variations of integrated paragraphs. With number one, like we sort of saw before, you might have blocks, alternating blocks within a paragraph. So let's say this is body paragraph 1. We've got block 1 about text A, and then another block about text B, A again, and then sort of B again with a bit of subtle comparison there in purple. And then ending it off with the purple, the direct comparison between the two. Or you can have a secondary approach to integrated paragraphs where you are essentially dedicating half of the paragraph to one text, the other half to the second text, and there's no there's no alternation. It's just text A in this block and then text B in the second block, although the student hasn't written very much for text B. They've written like 2 or 3 sentences. So there's that to know, but the difference here is that within a paragraph, the first one alternated with blocks, but this one is simply 2 separate blocks, text A, text B. Let's conclude comparative text response with 10 ways to start a sentence. Now, this is a very useful resource that you should definitely put into your notes or your mind maps or whatever you're using to study, because these actually give you a concrete way to write sentences. If you're that type of student that sits down and you're like, I have a pen, but I don't know I don't know how to use it. Like, I don't know how to write this sentence. How do I start? How do I start? Here's how you start. There's 10 ways to start a sentence here. And although I won't go through all of them, this is quite an exhaustive list. These are very much tools and words and expressions that you can use to frame and scaffold your sentence. They start off your sentence and allow you to engage with the author, authorial intent, text construction, symbolism, characterization, plenty of elements from the text, which will allow you to really get out that insightful analysis onto the page and make it apparent to the examiner that you know what you're talking about. Again, if you missed what we said before, don't fret. These slides will be available. They will be accessible after today's presentation. So you'll get to see these again. Don't worry about copying them into your notes now. This is an example that uses exactly what I talked about on the previous slides. This example, this sample paragraph is chock to the brim, sort of full to the brim with like sentence starters. You can see a few here: conveying, similarly to Somax, through, overcoming, through again, Maloof parallels. There's just so many examples here. Have a thorough read of this and think to yourself how exactly these sentence starters allow the student to write or analyze in their sentence and engage with elements in the text in your own time, and then sort of try to emulate that in your own writing. Finally, for the conclusion, you need to essentially reword your introduction, but make that shorter. Make sure that you mention the author's views and values, and that's it. You can just end it there. Then there's nothing really more to your conclusion. Just make sure you don't put any evidence or specific examples in there. They belong in your paragraphs. So here's an example where they have mentioned both texts, both authors, and then they've tied it to discussion or a summary of their contention. And their contention was related to leadership during the development and choices, leadership and how that's apparent in the development of the characters, and leaders who face adversity using their experience to become better leaders. They have a reference to text A as well as a reference to text B to end it off. And that's it. They've wrapped up their ideas and summarized everything without introducing new ideas. And that's it. That's their conclusion done, as well as their essay done. So without further ado, I'm going to hand back to Susan, who will present the rest of today's PowerPoint. There's not much left to go. And then we're going to have a talk to an examiner or a Q&A with
Yes.
Fiona, let's say.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to get straight into it so we get the time to answer as many of your questions as possible in the last sort of 9 or 10 minutes. Really quickly before we do, if you've been enjoying the little videos that have been interspersed in this presentation from Leah, she actually has a sort of masterclass coming up on 11th of October at 5 p.m. called Exam Hack, where she essentially will go through how to avoid panicking and freaking out during the stressful sort of experience of an exam. And if you book during the school holidays, you get 10% off. So if that's something that you're interested in or your school might be interested in, definitely go to the link on the slide. What we're also going to ask you to do before you get to hear from Fiona, the amazing examiner, is just really, really quickly fill in this survey form. We would love to hear your thoughts on how you found this session. Your feedback will allow us to constantly improve and continue to provide these sessions in future years. Holly, do you have the link there that you can post in the chat now?
Yes, I do. I'll post that
Awesome.
right now, Susan.
So that's going to be in the chat. If you could just please fill that in now, that would be absolutely amazing. Basically, it's this kind of data that allows us to keep presenting, sessions like this. So we'd be immensely grateful. Tell us that you hated it, tell us that you loved it, or in between. We just want to hear your honest feedback. And that link is in the chat now. Also, if you have any specific questions for Fiona, our amazing examiner, start popping them into mentometer, and we will hand over to her very, very quickly. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to open up the chat to everyone again as well. If you could please type done in the chat. Actually, you know what? In the chat, don't type done. I want you to put in the chat your favorite emoji. When you've finished filling in the survey, chuck your favorite emoji in the chat. I'm actually going to put mine in now because I don't need to do the survey. Let me find it. Oh, I can't find it. It's the upside down smiley face. Maybe you can just imagine that it's there. I can't see it there. Let's go with this one. So please put your favorite emoji in the chat once you have filled in the survey. Then we will get into slides straight away. Just want to make sure we're getting this information just so we can keep providing these amazing sessions for you all. If for whatever reason you're on an older version of Zoom and you can't do emojis, that's fine. Maybe just do a smiley face or something instead. That's totally fine too. All right. Getting lots of responses. It's looking good. We'll sort of wait till we get a few more people saying that they've completed the survey. We just sort of need to make sure we hit sort of a base level. And then we're going to move straight into exam strategy and discussion. Awesome. Loving the different emojis. Talia's done like the dancing man. I love that. Awesome. Amazing. Awesome. Okay, we're getting heaps of responses now. All right. Keep filling in the survey if you haven't already. For the sake of time, I'm going to move over to the next slide really, really quickly. Obviously, your exam's coming up really soon. We had a lot of questions around time management. So I thought I would address those very quickly. As Holly said before, the most important thing is to practice, and you can figure out how you would like to divide your time up. You don't have to strictly allocate 1 hour per essay if it doesn't work for you. Personally, I liked to divide it up so I got 65 minutes for comparative, 50 for text response, and 55 for argument analysis. That's just what I found worked for me. As Holly mentioned before as well, it's best to use your 15 minutes reading time to read the article. You're not allowed to write or highlight, unfortunately, but you can still read and take it all in. And that means straight away, once the time starts, you can start annotating and writing your essay. It's also good to have a look at the essay prompts for section A and B in your reading time. Think about them while you're thinking, read section C. Got a few tips in here just about formal English in the exam as well. Don't need to go through this too much, but just make sure you're avoiding like the really informal things like contractions. Make sure you're using Australian spelling. Not the biggest deal, but it all helps to sort of boost the quality of your writing. And in terms of structuring your revision over the next few weeks, this is how I found it really worked for me. Started out by just doing some essay plans. When I started, they took me ages because I was trying to revise my texts. I didn't really know what was going on, but it just helped me put my ideas together. Then I started doing like untimed essays. Then I started doing timed essays. Then I started doing essays in exam conditions. Then I started doing some exams. Then at that point, I'd written so much, there's no point just writing the same things again. So I just spent my time doing a lot of timed plans. That way I knew I could get all of my ideas out on a piece of paper in 5 minutes, and whatever essay prompt I faced in the exam, I would have essentially planned for a similar one before. Okay, I'm very, very sorry that we've gone so over time, but we'll definitely still spend 5 or 10 minutes asking the wonderful Fiona to give us the perspective of a VCAA examiner. We're so grateful to have you here, Fiona. Would you like to introduce yourself for the students?
Yes, thank you. I hope you can all hear me. I'm really grateful to be part of this process and honoured to be here. It's been fantastic to listen to both Susan and Holly because the advice that you have given is really quite useful and very important for for us assessors when we are marking the exam. I'm a VCA assessor. I have been accepted to mark the exam for this year as well. And one of the things that I did want to say on the onset is that you all need to be reassured that you've had a tough year and that we as assessors have absolute empathy and admiration for the students who are doing their VCE under these circumstances. And we get reminded of it, but we're also all teachers, we're all practicing teachers, and we all have that sense of that understanding and that framework when we come to marking the exams. As assessors, one of the things that you need to be aware of, and I thought I might share I have a PowerPoint with a couple of slides on it. Let me share that with you. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the process. Can you see that?
Yes, that's
yes, we can. Yeah,
thank you. I just want you to be aware of the fact that we are trained. So when you mark an exam or when you're an exam marker, you have to dedicate at least 2 days to actually being trained. And even though I have been marking since 2015, every year we are retrained in the process of marking exams. And that training program is very, very rigorous in that we are we're given a set of essays from that current exam, and we're asked to make sure that we mark those exams, and then we have some discussions about what those grades were and how and why we will give them those grades and things like that. So the process is very rigorous, and you are not allowed to mark unless you go through that process as well. And so the students need to be reassured that it is not just any random person marking, that we are well and truly immersed in the process before we start. So let me also tell you that I spend these holidays, as do a lot of the assessors, making sure that I familiarize myself with the text that I am going to mark. As an assessor, I mark all sections of the exam. So I'll mark Part A, Part B, and Part C. And we are expected to mark a minimum number of scripts per day, so that we can get the marking completed. We also are allocated to certain texts, which means that we have to actually read and understand and analyse those texts well before the assessment day, so that we are able, that we're not just blind marking exam scripts that we don't know the text for. So I spend these holidays actually rereading text and making sure that I am well and truly immersed in them and understand what the texts are about. When I start marking, what happens is that I would mark my script, and then that goes to a second assessor. And if there are discrepancies in the marking, it can go up to the third and the fourth assessor. Sometimes there are up to 6 markers that mark the essay, and you need to be reassured. There are students, even in my own school, who have asked the question about, will the assessor understand my perspective? Will they be able to understand the way I analyse things? Please be reassured that if your first assessor doesn't understand what you're doing, you hope the second and the third will understand what you are doing. And more than that, they have an executive team of very experienced teachers that have an overview of what is being done, what the exams and what is happening in all the assessments, and they would have the final say in how the assessment process takes place and work out what happens there. So if there are discrepancies by 2 marks, then it goes to the third one, and then the fourth and fifth and sixth. I also wanted to reassure students that, actually it's more this, that what we do with the assessment is not based on a deficit model. In other words, they never say, if a student doesn't have their topic sentences, or they don't do this or they don't do that, you don't mark them. At every step of the way, we have to reward what the student knows about the text or knows about what they're doing. So we have to keep looking for what you know about it. And so when I heard Holly talk about the different structures of essays, you need to understand that, like Holly said, you go with your strength, the area that you feel most comfortable to write with about, and how you want to approach it, because at the end of the day, it's about the quality of your writing and you showing what you know about the text. We're never looking to punish anything, but looking to see what you know and how you actually develop your arguments in text responses, or how you actually have identified the arguments and the language in your part C. We are, as I said, we are trained and reminded. I also wanted to make sure that you understand the fact that every day an assessor starts their assessment process with what they call control scripts. So every morning there are 2 control scripts that you have to mark, and those control scripts, if you are getting your marking out by 3 or 4 marks, what they do is that they retrain you so that you understand what the process is and you understand the criteria that is being used. So it is always a very fair process, and I always find it a really rewarding process because of that. Also, without actually telling us, there are some control scripts during the day while we are marking as well that they throw into the mix of marking, where the assessors, the executive have marked a script and they put it online. And if you get the assessment right, they send you a little message to say, well done, you are in the ballpark of the correct marking. If you are not, again, they will make a phone call to you to say, listen, you didn't get that quite right. This is the reason. These are the reasons why we are marking it the way we are. So you need to understand that you need to be reassured that the process is a fair and equal process. And you also need to understand that you will not be disadvantaged throughout the whole process as well. I heard Susan talking about reading time, and I had some ideas about reading time. It is really important for you to use reading time really carefully. Just make sure that you're thinking about what you can write about. That 15 minutes is not a time to just relax. Take the time to look at the essay topics. Take the time, just don't choose questions automatically. Think about what you are going to write and how you're going to write, and maybe, spend some time thinking about how you might actually approach Part C as well. As Holly and Susan have said, I always say to my students, have a little battle strategy before you go in. Work out where you're going to spend your time and divide up your time when you are doing the exam. The last thing I want to say is I would like you to think about familiarizing yourself with the assessment booklet that it can be found on the VCAR website. What is really important to remember about the booklet is, and this is the area where students stumble the most, is that they shade in this booklet, depending on the question you choose, you are expected to shade in whether you selected question 1 or whether you selected question 2. When we assess a script, we are looking for you to be addressing that particular question. I have the questions sitting beside me. So if you accidentally shade in the wrong box, please make sure, then what happens is that you miss out on marks there. That's where you miss out on marks. So you need to make sure that before you finish with that particular script, that you actually go back and have another look at it and make sure that you have actually addressed the correct question. The other thing that you need to be aware of is that if you select one question and you start to write your response to one question, please be aware that sometimes students, this is where students miss out on marks. Students start addressing question 1, and then they decide to go to question 2 halfway through the essay. That's where you stumble. That's where there are some difficulties with the assessor. Either students don't put the number on there, or they're colouring both boxes, or they start with one question and then end with another question. Those are the problematic scripts that we have as assessors as well. I heard Holly and Susan say, do not memorize essays because you need to make sure that you are addressing the question that you have been given. Yes, practice and prepare for any eventuality. The exam is not designed to make you stumble. We are always looking for you to shine through there. We are always looking for your knowledge and your understanding. So be careful about addressing the question, making sure that you're linking your responses to the question that you have selected, and make sure that you are aware of that. Write within the lines of the booklet, because what does happen is that the booklet is cut and then scanned into an online system. And if you write beyond the lines or the boundaries of that script, what does happen is that the assessors do not get access to everything that you are writing, and that could be a problem too for you. The fluency of your piece is affected because of that. I also encourage you to make sure that you're using a dark pen, a dark blue or a black, simply because while we don't discredit any sort of handwriting, we have to make sure that we read everything. It is always it is always difficult and more challenging to read scripts that the handwriting is difficult to read, and it's faded in some way. I have to say that as an assessor, it is a pleasure to be reading handwriting that is neat and that sort of stuff, and it is organized. If you are cutting out things, as does happen because you are reading through, and if you are actually deleting things, make sure that you do it in an organized way, just one line through that, and maybe, you know, making sure that you follow on from that. It's much better to do that than to try to scribble it out, because it's, again, harder to follow through with and read through those sorts of things. All right, are there any questions? I'll stop sharing this. Are there any questions for me?
Yes, we had a few questions come through before that I thought we'd save for you. The first one is, do examiners mark against a specific rubric or anything like that when they mark essays?
Yes, so the rubric is on the VCEE website, and the rubric is something that is available. It's not a secret. It is something that you can download from the WCA website, and it is something that your teachers will be using at school to assess your essays that you have done as SACs as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Fiona. Were you going to say something, Holly?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask Fiona a question sort of on behalf of a lot of the students. This has popped up multiple times on Mentometer, but a key question is, do assessors appreciate sophisticated writing over simple writing, or sophisticated sentences over simple sentences?
I have to say that vocabulary and choice of words is really quite important. Sophisticated, like our first criteria, Holly, it does reward sophisticated writing, but sophisticated writing doesn't equate to just the use of vocabulary, you know, using words. I think one of the big things that we talk about as assessors is that if you are using words that you're familiar with and that you know and understand the meaning of those words, it's much better. It's a lot, it's a lot harder and very difficult if students are using words that they don't understand. Like, there's nothing worse than an inappropriately used word in a sentence. You know, if it doesn't fit, then it's wrong. And so you will be marked down on that area of coherence and fluency if you don't do it. One of the things that is really lovely to read in an exam is when a student actually is writing precisely and concisely. And that comes with practice and preparation over time. As you both have emphasised, writing concisely and precisely comes with lots of preparation and lots of writing along the way.
Awesome. I reckon we'll just read a few more key questions and then we will have to conclude. One that's come up a few times. What do you recommend doing the night before the exam and the morning of the exam?
I absolutely recommend that you don't do any writing the night before. No writing whatsoever, just focusing on relaxing and giving your brain a bit of space. All the writing should be done between now and the day before. I used to recommend to my students that they have a bath, they go for a walk, they do a lot of relaxation techniques, and just learn to trust in what they have done, that's going to help. If you are one of those people, and I understand that there are various levels of anxiety that people have, if you are one of those people that is anxious and feels like you have to do something, the minimum that I ask students to do is to reread through their texts and their notes, and not do anything more than that, really. And the morning, there's most definitely, the morning is good breakfast, making sure that all your implements, your writing implements are right, and, you know, all of that sort of stuff, that you are well rested, that you have a good breakfast, that you have your water ready, and all of that sort of stuff. I would not recommend you do any writing in the 24 hours leading up to the exam. You should have done all of that and finished all of that before your exam.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much, Fiona. One question that popped up a lot before as well was, is it true that the examiners only get 3 minutes per exam to mark?
Can I just reassure you that we are told over and over again, and I'm one of those people, we are told over and over again that we have to read every word. And when I read the essays that I'm reading and marking, I read it like you are my student. It doesn't matter that you come from whoop whoop in the country. It doesn't matter that you come from another school. I don't know who you are, but I read your essay like you are my student, like I want you to do well. So I read every word on the paper. Can I tell you that I cannot move on to the next essay without actually making sure that I have read everything? The system does not let me click onto another essay without actually having read the whole essay. So don't focus on that we have 3 minutes. Please focus on the fact that we are trained to actually read the essays very carefully. The system does not want us and allow us to move on without making sure that we have given your essay the due time and read everything on there.
Great. Thank you so much, Fiona. I see you've unmuted, Holly. Did you have another one you wanted to raise?
No. I just simply unmuted for this.
No worries at all. I think I had one more question from a student that I thought was great, and then we will wrap up. One student has asked, what are the main things you've seen that separate the high scoring responses from the medium scoring responses?
So the main things that I've seen is fluency of language. Let's start at the top. It's knowledge of the text. It's a deep, sophisticated knowledge and understanding of the text. Okay, so both in the text response as well as in I actually choose as a special section. So we mark all 3 sections, but then we have an additional load of marking to do in a particular area, and I mark the comparative section as well. And I mark it because there is a sophisticated analysis that is required when you're comparing 2 texts together. So when I mark both those text responses, what is really interesting is that when a student really knows their text really well, that comes through their writing. The fluency and the coherence, structuring ideas really well, you know, making sure that you are considering carefully your topic sentences. And there are 2 other things that are really quite important that separate the average from the top scoring essays, and that is that ability to draw through the argument all the way to the conclusion. In your part A and part B, both your introduction and conclusion are really important. Conclusion is not just it's not just a summary. You have to bring your argument, your contention that you developed, you have to bring it to a conclusion. And so an essay that is a top scoring essay you would see the threads of the argument all the way until you end it, until the last word.
Perfect. I think that's a great way to conclude. Thank you so much for giving up your time to be here and help all these students, Fiona. It's been a pleasure hearing what you have to say. to conclude the session today, I'm going to swap my screen over. Again, apologies that we did go so over time, but it's been so great to see you all here participating. To conclude, I'm going to ask you once again, if my screen will let me swap over, how confident do you now feel about the English exam? So those of you who are still here, hop over to Mentometer and let us know how confident out of 0 to 10 you're feeling now. Let's hope some of you are feeling a little better about the exam. Having some responses come in and it's looking better. Looks like the average has gone up by like 2 so far, which is amazing. Awesome. Perfect. We haven't got any zeros now. That's really exciting. We've got a 9, we've got some 8s and 7s. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm aware that it's 3:51, so I'll let you keep responding to that. In the meantime, I'm just going to say thank you all so much for coming along. Thank you to Holly for co-presenting and doing such an amazing job. Thanks, Fiona, and thank you to Jeff for being here to support us. Thanks, Andrew and Karen, for helping us as well. Just being there in the background, doing tech support. It's been an absolute pleasure. I really hope that you found this useful, especially during such a crazy year, a crazy VCE experience that you've all had. Please go relax, enjoy the rest of your day and indeed the rest of your school holidays. Remember that on the eventee page through which you booked this session, that's where slides are available and recordings are available. Reach out if you have any questions. Otherwise, it was absolutely a pleasure to present to you for the past 6 hours.